O mani padme hum. O mani padme. So now we can start reciting the actual prayer, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. We can first recite the refuge prayer 3 times and then the actual prayer. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yedams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yedams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yedams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We recite one last time. May all the diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the arms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Agnis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can visualize that Buddha Chenrezig, who is in front of us, takes the form of a golden sphere of light. He slowly ascends to the crown of her head, enters into a central channel, and dissolves into a heart chakra. The mind of Buddha Chenrezig becomes with our mind like water into water. There is no difference. Now, as we come towards the end of this session, we can rejoice at the prayers we have done, the positive qualities of the mind which we have tried to develop, and the sense of genuine concern which we have developed for others. We can really rejoice in this positive potential we have created. We can start by dedicating our merit, by feeling a sense of gratitude to all the beings in the world who are dealing with this pandemic right now. And especially, let's feel a sense of special gratitude to the medical staff who is on the front line, working day and night to save lives at a great personal risk. We pray that this pandemic comes to an end as soon as possible. We can recite the prayer by Master Shantideva from Bodhisattva Charyavatara. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merit. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May all those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, and whatever diseases there are in this world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the miseries of the world. And now we can recite the prayers for the long life of our teachers, His Holiness Dalai Lama Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gari Rave Kove Jinkam De Pendan Deva Malu Jungwe Ne Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatsoi Shape Site Badu Tengyo She Tupsu Janchen Jangong Gawe Te Zinkyo Pewe Kunzo Tokoze Choksum Kurve Lekmon Tutupa Daso duje gondu shapten so janchu sencho rinpoche mache panam ke gyoshe keva nyampa me payam gone gondu fevar sho toni tava rinpoche mache panam ke gyoshe keva nyampa me payam Gone gondu fevar shogeva di nyududa lama sange drukyune drova chigya malupa dei sala gopal sho. And we can also do our own personal dedications. Thank you very much for joining me. Have a good day.
Hi, Venerable.
Hello, Venerable Paldron.
Nice to meet you again. That's a beautiful, very beautiful session.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are things going for you?
They are going okay. Yeah, slowly, slowly. Things are coming into control, and the institute kind of opened today.
Oh, really? To the public?
Yeah, yeah. And the courses
Yeah.
have started. Yeah, yeah. Also, I got my first vaccine
Oh,
dose
very good, very good.
recently. So,
Yeah.
yeah. And how are you? Are you in Bodh Gaya or Tushita?
No, I'm in actually Tushita, Dharamsala, and we are currently in complete lockdown. And
Okay.
I'm not sure when the situation is going to change. It seems like it's going to be a while before Tushita can open up to anybody else. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
so we rejoice at least in Europe and America, things are settling down and opening up. So
Yeah,
uh,
they are trying to open, but I don't know whether it's the right time. I mean, because
yeah,
people are not
yeah,
all vaccinated, and without the vaccine in place, then the virus can come again, no? Because it's
that's
also
correct.
changing, it's producing variants. So,
That's correct.
yeah, I'm not
And now
sure, but
the variant here is being transmitted through air. I mean, that's the scariest part. What
yeah, yeah,
protection do you have? And
yeah, yeah.
so how are your parents? Your parents are in Chandigarh?
My parents are okay, and
Yeah,
they are in Punjab, and they both have got vaccinated, and they are just keeping indoors and taking the
yeah.
precautions. But they are okay, yeah. And your family?
Yeah, they are in Mumbai actually, and fortunately, again, both of them they get vaccinations and they do have some help, So, but it seems to be improving actually in Mumbai from where it was earlier.
Good, good,
Because at
good.
one point, my parents were saying, all the buildings around them were getting shut down. If they have 3 or 4 cases, then the municipality shuts them down. But now that they stopped the local trains, because that's how people were traveling up and down, they stopped that. And so, because of the restrictions, it seems like the numbers are coming down, at least in the cities.
Okay, good, 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 good. Yeah, we
Yeah.
hope and pray that.
But yeah, it's a very scary and unpredictable time. So
Yeah, exactly.
it's 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 very wonderful to have the opportunity to do prayers like this together, to
Yeah,
come
yeah.
together and do these
Yes. The
prayers.
sense
Yeah.
of community is really important at this time, especially.
Yes,
We can see each
exactly.
other, we can
Yes,
connect to
yes.
each other. Yeah, yeah. And in Tushita, are there many people or like a
No,
few?
only a few of us residents here. That's it. Everything is being done by Zoom. So
Okay,
the
okay.
classes and the courses, They have a very good schedule, but it's all via Zoom.
All via Zoom. Yeah. It's very good. Good. Thank you. Have a good session.
Yeah, take care, Tanzila, and hopefully we'll have a Sangha meeting soon so that we can talk
Okay.
further.
Okay. Looking forward to it.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Welcome everybody to the next session of the prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo. It's wonderful to be part of an international community. I'm not sure whether you can hear me because we have pouring rain and thunder and lightning. So I'm hoping our internet connection lasts. But welcome everybody. Thank you for joining me. My name is Tenzin Palgan, and I'm coming to you from this beautiful Gompa of Tushita Meditation Center here in Dharamsala. So we'll start just by taking a few minutes to focus on our breath and to let everything go and just relax our bodies and minds as much as we can. And so you can use the awareness of your breath as your focal point and count 1 as you breathe in and 2 as you breathe out. And let's count to 10 together. And if your mind wanders, as it invariably will, then gently just bring it back to your breath. So let's just take a few minutes to settle ourselves. Now from this quiet space from within, let's visualize in front of us Thousand Armed Chenrezig or Avalokiteshvara with 11 heads, the central 2 hands holding a jewel, and then his other 2 hands holding a lotus and a mala, and his 2 hands lower down holding the nectar vase, which is pouring down to purify all the negativities of all the realms, especially the lower realms. And each of his 1,000 arms is open like a petal, like a rose petal all around him. And he's beautifully bedecked in jewelry and silks, all of it revealing his different levels of attainments. And he's standing on a lotus and a moon cushion and looking at us with great love and compassion. And visualize around you are all your mother sentient beings. On your left is your mother of this lifetime and all the female sentient beings from all the 6 realms in the form of a female human. And on the right side is your father of this lifetime and all the males from all the 6 realm sentient beings in the form of a human male. And if you have any people you consider difficult or enemies, please place them in front of you, because we give them special consideration since they are our teachers, that they teach us through the difficulties and the challenges that they give us. And surrounding Avalokiteshvara are all the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas in the 10 directions. So the purpose of this practice is to purify all our negativities, all our obscurations. The pandemic is here as a result of causes and conditions that were created by us humans. So we need to engage in those practices that will remove these causes so that we can bring the pandemic to an end. So the main obscurations are our afflictive and our cognitive obscurations, attachments, the aversion, and especially this ignorance or the self-grasping ignorance, which is the root cause of us cycling around in this cycle of samsara. And based upon that self-grasping, we have this strong sense of I and mine. And a byproduct of that is then the self-cherishing, which creates a lot of suffering, a lot of worry and anxiety and problems, and this sense of disconnection from other people. And so we are engaging in this beautiful practice by Thangtong Gyalpo, who was a bodhisattva and who composed this prayer during a famine that he was facing during his time. And because of the power of his bodhicitta, he was able to successfully eradicate the famine. So we are very grateful and fortunate to have this precious opportunity to follow the advice of our holy guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to recite this prayer collectively to help us to eliminate all these obscurations for each and every sentient being. So just take a few minutes to feel the 1,000-armed Chenrezig standing in front of us, who is none other than our guru. And just take a few moments to feel his loving, compassionate presence, open presence, accepting presence, in spite of all that we may have done. And so we open our hearts and minds to Guru Chenrezig. And from this place, we will take refuge. I'm going to try and see if I can share the screen. So let's recite this prayer together. I hope you can see the screen. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, vidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, vidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, vidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now, as we visualize Guru Chenrezig standing in front of us, we will recite Om Mani Padme Hum. And we will use several different visualizations as we recite several rounds of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum is a very, very powerful mantra. It really is the union, essentially, of wisdom and compassion. And through reciting it, we are really transforming our mind, body, and speech to become like that of Guru Avalokiteshvara or Guru Chenrezig. So first, visualize this bright white light coming out from the crown of Guru Avalokiteshvara's crown into each one of our crowns, completely purifying all the negativities of body that we engaged in. Any killing, including killing of insects or animals, or stealing, taking away somebody's possessions out of jealousy or greed or anger, and any sexual misconduct or any behavior that we engaged in through our sexual misconduct that was hurtful or created misunderstandings or miscommunications. We take a moment to visualize that this bright light coming out from Chenrezig's crown completely purifies all these negativities. We confess it openly to Guru Chenrezig. And as a result, Guru Chenrezig is very pleased with us and completely purifies us of all these negativities. And the negativities come out in the form of dirty laundry water through our feet. So let's recite loudly 7 times the mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum, and then quietly do 1 round of recitation while we visualize all the negativities of our body being purified and our body being filled with this brilliant white light. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like your body has been completely purified of all these negativities and it is filled with this brilliant, blissful white light. And now we visualize from the throat of Guru Avalokiteshvara, this brilliant red light pours out, completely purifying all the negativities of our speech. There's so much negativity we commit through our speech. Harsh words, divisive speech, splitting people up, intentionally or unintentionally, idle gossip, lying, again, intentionally or unintentionally, but causing a lot of pain and suffering for others and ourselves. So we visualize this red light coming out and completely purifying all these negativities, all of which comes out as dirty laundry water through our feet. and fills our speech with blissful red light. So again, let's recite 7 times Om Mani Padme Hum loudly and then softly. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So imagine all the negativities of your speech have been completely purified, and your throat and your speech has been transformed into skillful, compassionate, wise speech. Just take a few minutes to feel that this is actually happening. And now from Guru Avalokiteshvara's heart pours out this brilliant blue-green light, pouring into each of our hearts, completely purifying all the negativities of mind, all our attachments or desires, the clinging, the grasping, or the aversions or the hatred, both of which are based on this ignorance or this self-grasping ignorance, holding on to an I that does not exist in the way we think it does. And on the basis of that, we push and pull and create so much negativity. And then because of our self-cherishing, cherishing a self that does not exist, we create so many problems for ourselves and others. So we visualize that this brilliant green light from Chenrezig's heart completely purifies all these negativities, which comes out like dirty laundry water. And our bodies are filled with this blissful, pure, brilliant blue-green light. So again, we'll do a round of recitation. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So our bodies are completely purified, body, mind, and speech. Just take a few minutes, completely purified of all our negativities. And we are filled with radiant, blissful light, our body, speech, and mind. And now visualize that from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara comes out a little Avalokiteshvara into the crowns of each one of our heads and dissolves into our hearts and completely transforms our body, speech, and mind into Avalokiteshvara. And visualize that this transformation is also happening with our Mother Earth, that she has been purified of all the negativities, so much pain and distress that we have caused her, through our attachments and aversions and ignorance. And that our Mother Earth is transformed into a beautiful celestial mansion. So let's just do a round. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So visualize this world has been transformed into a beautiful celestial mansion, and all the sentient beings within it have become a related to it. And this can be possible because we all have the pure Buddha nature within us. And through our practice, we can surely but systematically purify and transform our mind, body, and speech. Now, given that this has not yet happened and there's so much suffering around us, we recite this prayer 3 times. So you can download this prayer, it's right here. You can see it with me. Just recite it with me. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the rounds of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the rounds of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 processes interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Second time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. For the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Karma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And let's do the dedications finally, as recommended by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Changchu Sencho Rinpoche, Make Panam Kekyu Ke Panam Pa Me Pa Yang Gong Gong Yu Pelvar Shu. To realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetrained. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Navajina's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. To meet a perfect Guru in all lifetimes, in all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and parts, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. To always be used by sentient beings like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest. May I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Jampel Paro Jita Kenpa Dang Kuntu Zampo Deang Deshin Te Deda Kunti Desu Dablo Deva Dida Tamche Rapu Dujum Shepe Gawa Tamche Ki Goa Gangla Chotu Gapa De Dagi Deve Sawa Dukuntian Sampo Choche Rapu Goa Ji. And finally, for the long lives of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. And then you can add your own personal dedication. So thank you for joining me. Please stay safe and take care of yourself. And I turn it over now to Venerable Tenzin Litsuk. I'm sorry I ran over a few minutes. How are you doing?
It's okay, Padum. It's all the same. I rejoice.
Can you hear the pouring rain? Can you hear the pouring rain and the thunder and lightning?
No. No.
We are pouring.
Is it all there?
Pouring. I'm surprised my internet connection lasted. I was waiting for it to go off. Today's Thangtong Rinpoche's birthday, and I think the thunder gods and the rain gods are pouring their blessings on us. So we are rejoicing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you should go out and soak some of it up then.
So everything well with you?
Yeah. We're okay here.
So,
we're in the middle of a big COVID outbreak in Sarah.
Really?
So nobody's very sick right now.
You mean
but there's about, there's probably, I don't know, 50, 60 monks who have tested positive in the last 2 weeks or so. Yeah.
Please take care then. Stay safe.
Yeah. We're doing the best I can. Things are pretty much closed down. So we're just staying in our own houses.
No debates, no prayer sessions, nothing. Huh?
No, just personal practice, personal
Yeah,
study.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And how
that's
about Tushita? You guys are all COVID
no,
free there?
well, we are under complete lockdown and it just got extended for till the end of the month, actually. I mean, we are doing it more as a precautionary measure. We certainly have more cases, but nothing compared to what the cities and, like Bangalore and I think Mumbai, actually, the cases are falling down now, because I think they have taken some measures, at least in the city. So,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's nice to actually get together and do prayers like this. You feel a sense of community and you feel there are others out there, who's looking out for you. So I really feel
Yeah.
blessed, fortunate to be part of this group every Saturday. So,
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
so I'll leave you. I've taken enough of your time, Pendula. Take
Okay. Good. Thank you.
care. Bye.
Good. Bye-bye. Take care. I think you have, oh, there we go. Okay. Hi, everyone. We have Sanjukta Parik back again. Shanti Gopinath joins us today. Let's see if she stays on. And Sanjukta's double is also there with us. So, yeah, let's just get started. I only have 30 minutes with you all today, and then Venerable Namjung is going to take over for the next 30 minutes. So, yeah, get comfortable wherever you are. Bring your attention kind of within, and remember why we're here. Why we're here to do prayers together. So many people around the world, especially in India, Southeast Asia, especially maybe those people where we have direct connection with, family and friends of friends, family of friends, and so forth. So remember all the people who are struggling at this time during this pandemic. Not to mention all the ordinary struggles of samsara experienced by hell beings, hungry ghost animals, and humans, gods and demigods. So imagine all these people around us in human form and remember how we're interconnected with them. Remember their kindness to us and each of them having the aspiration to be free from suffering and have stable, lasting well-being and happiness. And then as much as you can, try to generate an attitude of loving kindness and compassion. Loving kindness, wishing for the well-being of oneself and all other sentient beings without excluding even one. So universal love and universal compassion, wishing for oneself and all sentient beings without excluding even one, to be free from every form of misery and the causes of misery. And then for that purpose, I'm thinking I myself must quickly achieve full enlightenment. So it's the attitude of bodhicitta. And for that purpose, I'll engage in this practice of meditating on the Buddha of compassion, Avalokiteshvara, reciting his mantra, Mani Padme Hum, and then reciting and generating the attitudes expressed in the prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo. So to help us do this, then we invoke the blessing of the Buddha Dharma Sangha, the three jewels of refuge, by first visualizing a representation of the Buddha Dharma Sangha in the space in front of us, and feeling that they're actually there, the actual Buddha, the actual Dharma, especially the complete realizations of the cessation, the truth of cessation and the truth of the path. And then the actual Arya Sangha, all those who have directly realized emptiness, shunyata. So as much as you can, generate a sense of faith and their ability to guide us and all sentient beings to freedom from samsara and the state of full enlightenment. So with this mind of single-pointed faith, which is the mind of refuge, we can recite this the first verse of Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer, which is a kind of refuge. All sentient beings, our mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assemblies of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So briefly imagine then the field of refuge. Visualize in front is very happy, very pleased with our going for refuge, and then dissolves into light, which enters our heart, completely fills our body and mind, completely purifies our body and mind of negative karma, afflictive emotions, and all the ordinary appearance of samsara, the contaminated or suffering aspects of all of samsara. And then blesses us to have every positive quality, perfect health, well-being, happiness, confidence, intelligence, enthusiasm, pure morality, wisdom, loving kindness and compassion. And in short, blesses us to become a Buddha. And then we dissolve into light, or dissolve into emptiness. And then within the sphere of the wisdom, realizing emptiness, then arises first the attitude of bodhicitta, the aspiration to become enlightened in order to benefit all sentient beings. Mainly the attitude of compassion, actually, love and compassion. The aspiration to benefit all sentient beings in whatever way possible. Combined with the wisdom, realizing that all phenomena, other sentient beings, myself, the aspiration to benefit sentient beings, are all empty of inherent existence. And yet there is the intention to benefit all sentient beings. So then imagine the union of these two attitudes, great compassion and wisdom of emptiness, then they arise in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion. So if you have initiation, then you can identify with this. You can think, I am Avalokiteshvara. If you don't have the appropriate initiation, then you can just visualize in front and strongly aspire to become Avalokiteshvara. But either way, then visualize Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion. So I'll share our image now. It might help. This is forearm Chenrezig. But whatever aspect of Avalokiteshvara you visualize, the visual image is not so important. The main thing is to feel that this enlightened embodiment of compassion is actually present in the space before us. And then visualize at the heart of Chenrezig is a moon disk. Upon that is the syllable Hum. And then around the edge of the moon disk, standing upright, are the syllables of the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. And then as we recite the mantra, then visualize it from the letters of the mantra and the syllable Hum. At the heart of Avalokiteshvara, light, multicolored light rays, rainbow-colored light rays, radiate out throughout the universe, On the tip of each of them is an emanation of Avalokiteshvara, who is in essence one with our own guru, or gurus. And then these radiate out throughout the universe, purifying all sentient beings of every form of misery and the causes of dissatisfaction, and blessing them all to have every positive quality up to full enlightenment. So then we visualize and recite the mantra. So visualize again, purifying and blessing all sentient beings and also the environment. And you can also visualize making offerings to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, all holy beings, all the stupas, statues, scriptures, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine you and all sentient beings have become perfectly enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion. So think that very strongly. You and all sentient beings have become perfectly enlightened. So think single-pointedly, without a hint of doubt. And you and all sentient beings are empty of inherent existence. And then the environment becomes a pure land, without any sickness, any natural disasters, any pollution, or anything which harms sentient beings whatsoever. And everything which sustains the well-being, sustains the life of beings, becomes fully kind of empowered, rich, and attractive, beautiful. So then we recite Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer, the rest of the prayer. So think of all the merit we've generated and merit created by all sentient beings and all holy beings, all enlightened beings. Rejoice. Think about all this merit we dedicate with this prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, the result of karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Maybe we can read at least one more. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we can read once more. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then, I'll just read a couple more verses. So I'll just skip down to this few from the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, may the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks, may the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy, may the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, may every disease in the world never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. If in those who encounter me, a faithful or an angry thought arises, may that eternally become the source for fulfilling all their wishes. May all those who say bad things to me, or cause me any other harm, and those who mock and insult me, have the fortune to fully awaken. May I be the doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse for all sick beings in the world, until everyone is healed. May a rain of food and drink descend to clear away the pain of thirst and hunger, and during the eon of famine, may I myself change into food and drink. May I become an inexhaustible treasure for those who are poor and destitute. May I turn into all things they could need, and may these be placed close beside them. May I be a protector for those without one, a guide for all travelers on the way. May I be a bridge, a boat, and a ship for all who wish to cross the ocean. May I be an island for those who seek one, and a lamp for those desiring light. May I be a bed for all who wish to rest, and a servant for all who want a servant. And until they pass away from pain, may I also be the source of life for all the realms of varied beings that reach into the ends of space. Just like space and the great elements such as the earth, may I always support the life of all the boundless creatures. For as long as space remains, and for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And may all the gurus have long and stable lives, and may the Dharma flourish. And now, may Venerable Namjong lead the next session. Okay, thank you all. Take care. And,
Thank you, Venerable. Stay safe.
Sarva Mangalam.
All right, great. Namaste. Nice to see. Prerak, Sanjukta, Shanti. Oh, Sanjukta, you're here twice, double the merit. And Bharat, thank you for joining. And those of you who are tuning in on the YouTube Live, also thank you for joining. So my name is Tenzin Namjong, and I think many of you know, but we've been doing these Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer-a-thon sessions for quite some time now. I think we might be approaching 50 weeks or maybe 46 weeks, something like that. So yeah, by Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice, we as a global community have been getting together every Saturday and for 24 hours straight been doing this very blessed prayer composed by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. And unfortunately, the pandemic is still raging in many parts of the world. And especially here in India, it's still quite bad. So we're going to be continuing to do this until it's completely out of control. Under control. And so thank you for your continued participation. So I think many of you were here for Lexolk session, so I'm sure he led you in setting a proper motivation. But in case there's any new people joining, then we should just refresh our motivation. So yes, as we said, we are doing this in part to help alleviate the suffering of this pandemic and the suffering that has been experienced in the world by it. But more generally speaking, so we have this mind of compassion that wishes that others be free from their suffering. But if we truly want beings to be free from their suffering, then we have to help them be free from the causes of suffering. And so when we reflect on the deeper causes of suffering, as it says here in the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, right? May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions. So this coronavirus is just a temporary condition for sentient beings to experience suffering now. But even if this temporary condition wasn't here in the world, you see, of those two, the karma and temporary conditions, actually, the karma is more important. And if, somehow we could make the COVID-19 virus magically go away tomorrow, as long as sentient beings have the karma to get sick, well, it might not be this particular illness, but, there you can see there's many diseases in the world. And really, we have to help sentient beings be free from the karma that would have them experience any type of illness. And generally speaking, what kind of karma have we all accumulated in the past that would have us experience these kinds of illnesses? Well, it is, killing and other actions that then shorten the lives of others, then that ripens as we having, a short life, or conditions such as disease or famine, war, and so forth, that are then, bring about danger to our own life. So, and this killing can usually is motivated by, can be motivated by anger and hostility, or it can be motivated by attachment, say attachment to the delicious taste of some particular meat, right? Or it can be motivated by ignorance, thinking that, for example, by doing this sort of animal sacrifice, that a certain God would be pleased and would give me something that I want. If we want sentient beings to be free from these various afflictions that would then impel them to kill and harm sentient beings, we have to help them be free of the afflictions that underlie and motivate these actions of harming others. And so at the root of all the afflictions, then those of you who've studied a little bit of Buddhism before, then you'll know that we always talk about this ignorance that grasps onto the true or inherent existence of ourself and other phenomena. So when we conceive ourselves as being, truly inherently existent, and then we see, an enemy or some other sentient being out there that we then see as being inherently, bad and causing us inherent harm, then we wish to, get rid of or destroy or somehow harm that being outside, thinking that, oh, if I do that, then since the harm is coming from out there, if I just, destroy that being, I will no longer experience that kind of harm. So when we reflect on a more deep level, we see that, oh, actually, it's not like that. It's a even these categories of the friend, enemy, stranger that we have as being so fixed and so out there they themselves are not, inherently established from the sides of the object. And, therefore, to have this, such a strong identification as that being out there as being an enemy, therefore I must kill, must harm, or this other being, of such a strong friend, and then having, clinging and attachment to them, then, we see that all of these are just labels by the mind, and none of it truly exists from the side of the object. So anyway, to truly be free of this kind of strong identification and reification of phenomena as being inherently existent, we actually need to discover the ultimate truth of reality, the truth of shunyata, or the emptiness of inherent existence. And whether it is ourselves trying to become free from samsaric suffering, in our own continuum, or if we're trying to help others be free of their suffering, then we have to either generate this wisdom within our own minds, or help others generate this wisdom, realizing emptiness or shunyata themselves. And the second one, right, if we're truly motivated by compassion and we truly want sentient beings to be free from suffering, we have to help them to realize emptiness. That's the ultimate sort of antidote for sentient beings suffering. And in order for us to help others realize emptiness, well, we first need to realize it ourselves. And then not only that, but we have to become extremely skilled in the means and methods to teach and guide others to this ultimate realization. And so only when we reach our highest potential, and our highest potential is to become a Buddha, right? Only when we become fully awakened like the Buddha will we be able to have all the skills, the ability, the knowledge to guide sentient beings in the most effective way to be free from suffering and have liberation and enlightenment. Okay, so that actually is our ultimate goal. So we achieve enlightenment so we can be of utmost benefit for all sentient beings. Okay, and that mind that aspires to achieve enlightenment, to be of utmost benefit for all sentient beings, is this mind. Many of you know bodhicitta, right? Bodhi, enlightenment, and chitta is the mind, right? So now, at the beginning of our session here, at the beginning of any kind of virtuous practice that you're doing, or even at the beginning of any thing you're trying to do, even if it's not associated with a virtue, even things like going to work, or eating a meal, going to sleep, right? All those things can be done with a bodhicitta motivation, right? You can think, I am going to, achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, right? Therefore, I need to practice, continue to practice and develop. And therefore, I need continued good health and energy. And therefore, I'm going to get a good night's sleep tonight. What do you think about that? Right. So you can even sleep with bodhicitta, right? You can eat with bodhicitta. So that's why the great Indian master Shantideva, he likened this mind of bodhicitta like a supreme, elixir, right? So, in the kind of, there's these legends of this elixir, quicksilver, for example, that you could take just an ordinary iron or, some metal, and then you pour the elixir on it, and then it turns into gold, right? So Shantideva calls the mind of bodhicitta an elixir because it can, transform this unclean, human body, right, into the precious form of a Buddha, right? So, amazing that with this mind of bodhicitta, actually everything that we do can become a bodhisattva action, and can become a cause for us to achieve enlightenment. Okay, all right. So even if this mind of bodhicitta can transform ordinary actions like eating, sleeping, going to work into the path toward enlightenment, then of course reciting these prayers, reciting the mantra, doing the meditation, of course can also become a highly effective way to help purify our mind of the obscurations and collect an extensive amount of merit, particularly because this practice has been recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche to do, and following the Guru's advice, fulfilling his wishes, then is always the best and most effective practice. Okay. All right. So that's the motivation and a little bit of advertising, so we get some joy in being very happy that we're able to do this practice. Of all the things that we can be doing with our time, then even in half an hour, it's really amazing that we have this opportunity. Okay. So before we get started, then since we're doing this practice for all sentient beings, we can visualize. Start by visualizing all sentient beings around us. Just all of them sitting in the space around us. We can think that we are sitting on a small mountain or a hill, and on the sides of the hill, all the sentient beings are there sitting with us. And as we do the practice, then we can think we're leading all sentient beings in the practice. We're acting like the chant leader, as it were. Okay. And then in the space in front, we can visualize our Guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. Yeah. And think that, our Guru here, from, unbearable compassion for us and all sentient beings, has now come to this very place to help guide us, to help, lead us along the path to enlightenment, to alleviate all of our temporary and ultimate suffering. And so then we're remembering the qualities of our Guru, right? Who is encompassing the so-called three jewels of refuge, right? The Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. So normally we say that, since our Guru is the one who, teaches us, then he's just like the Buddha to us, right? And his teachings that he imparts on us is our access to the Dharma. And also, since he is appearing, in this form that we can, see and relate to, he's also like the Sangha to us, right? So his mind is like the Buddha, is the omniscient mind of the Buddha. His speech is the representation of Dharma, and his own body, is like the Sangha. So remembering all those qualities and wishing to develop those qualities within our own minds, then let's recite this stanza here. So I hope you all have the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. Okay. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are in infinite space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Okay, so now next we'll recite the recite this mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. So those of you who have had the necessary initiation, then you can dissolve all the impure appearances into emptiness. So what do we mean by impure appearance? So as we talked about in the beginning, all phenomena lack inherent existence. right? They lack existence from their own side. They lack independent existence. Yet, to our deluded, ignorant mind, being a sentient being means being not a Buddha. Then all of the phenomena appear to our various sense consciousnesses as being truly established, existing from their own side. So just the mere sense that they exist in a way different from how they appear means that that appearance is false, it's deceptive, it's impure. So yes, if we had more time, we could really meditate on emptiness here. But just in a brief way, we can think that, oh, all of these things that is appearing to my eyes, right? The forms that appear to my eyes, the sounds that appear to my ears, and so forth, they appear in a way that is deceptive. The way they exist and the way they appear are not the same. And therefore, they're like illusions. They're like a mirage. They're like a dream. Okay. So then now the mind, that you have that realizes this lack of inherent existence of all phenomena. Okay. If you have had the necessary initiation before, then that very mind that realizes the ultimate nature of reality, that then arises, you yourself arise as Avalokiteshvara. If you don't have that initiation or the necessary initiation, then you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. Now, whether you yourself are now clarified as Avalokiteshvara or Avalokiteshvara is in the space in front, we now will recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, and we can visualize as we do this that infinite light rays go out in 10 directions from the heart of Avalokiteshvara. These light rays then purify all the sickness, all of the negative karma, all of the obscurations to liberation and obscurations to omniscience of all sentient beings. And by the time we're done finishing, reciting the mantra, and we'll do a few malas of it, then all sentient beings are now completely enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay? Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, so I see Sanjita is here. She asked me once, oh, how do you use a mala? So, if you have a mala like this, okay, it has beads, and then just very easy. Every time you recite a mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, you move one bead. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 like that. Okay. Now, sorry, those of you who are tuned in, you can just keep reciting. I'm going to give some instruction here. But, some other thing you can do beforehand, there's a mantra you can do to bless your mala. So, Om Ruchira Mani Pravataya Hum. Yeah, 7 times. Om Ruchira Mani Pravataya Hum. 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 Okay? 7, and then blow on your mala. Now, of course, you can get a little bit more sophisticated and think that actually, okay, this is lotus seed, but you can think actually they're wish-fulfilling jewels, okay? And then each one, when you're doing this mantra, right, you pull the bead toward you, okay? You see? Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, right? You can either pull or you can push a bead away, right? Here, we're pulling it toward us. And then just think, as we're doing this, that, the qualities of Avalokiteshvara, are also getting absorbed into us, okay? Anyway, there's different visualizations, but this one, we're actually focusing more on the purification of all sentient beings. Yeah, so anyway, maybe don't get so fancy. Just keep it simple with the model. Okay? Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Okay, so now for the rest of the session. Oh, so sorry. After we finish reciting the mantra, it's good just to take a moment and pause and just rest your mind in that awareness that now all sentient beings have in fact been purified of all their disease, all their negative karma, and the obscurations to liberation and enlightenment, and have achieved the state of avert enlightenment. Okay, so now for the rest of our time, for the next few minutes, we will recite the actual prayer. So I give a little bit more explanation at the beginning. So maybe just 3 times through the actual prayer. May all the diseases of the sadhana minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that are like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases of the sadhana minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading on to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose name terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, down protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, last time. May all the disease of the sadhana minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading on to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm subtly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so now we'll do a more general dedication. So I'll attempt a screen share. Okay. All right, so here when we dedicate, please try to think that we're not just dedicating the merit from this session, but all the merit dedicated in the past that is being dedicated, that has been generated in the past, that is being generated in the present, and will be generated in the future. So all of that merit of not only ourselves, but the numberless sentient beings and the numberless Buddhas. So all of that merit combined together, yeah, we dedicate that. May this precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that risen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or betraying. I seek a blessing to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. Okay, so now, however many sick sending beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. Okay, so now we're running out of time, so I will just skip down a little bit. So due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existence from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero man Jushri knows reality, just like Samadhi as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with dedication. Praise is the best, but all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Okay, so those 2 verses there are a summary from the King of Prayers. So that's good. And now, well, we also dedicate for all of our gurus' long lives and for all of their holy wishes to be fulfilled immediately. So particularly Lama Zopa Rinpoche and His Holiness Dalai Lama. All right, so I am past my time. So I see, yeah, Venerable Joan. Tashile. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, hanging in there.
Are you well stuck in your room?
Well, we're not really supposed to leave the grounds, but yeah, I did go outside to release a mouse that we had caught in IMI
didn't want to
house.
release that in your grounds.
Yeah. So I went off and walked in the fields a bit. So that was actually nice. I got to stretch my legs a bit. But yeah, other than that, we're pretty much on lockdown here. There's still quite a few cases, active cases, and yeah, it's a bit worrying because we're supposedly on lockdown, but the cases are still coming. So I don't know what's really happening. Anyway,
are they all happening like very recently? Like maybe they didn't catch some people.
Well, they're kind of trickling. They're trickling a few every day. So it seems that at least now they are like in the same house, So it seems like they might be, meeting together or eating together, doing something. And there's more recent transmission. Yeah. So anyway,
We're in pretty strict lockdown too. I mean, basically, I can go do Kora, which is nice, but it looks like most of the monks aren't allowed. I only see senior monks out doing Kora in the evening.
Okay.
Most of the monks, I think, are restricted to their building, more or less, not allowed to go out except to come for lunch and take it and go back to their rooms or sit socially distanced in the dining room. Yeah, it's quite a change. Everybody in masks and no pujas, no sojang. Our little paradise suddenly came to an end.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, if everyone keeps the isolation, it should dissipate within a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
so,
we haven't had any new cases since. Well, we had the big batch, and then we had another 14 that tested positive about a week later, and then. Since then, there's been nobody with symptoms, so they haven't done any more testing, but it looks like so far we're okay.
Okay.
I mean, that's already about 3 weeks, maybe no new ones. That's good.
Oh, well, that's quite a good sign.
That's good. Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, take care, be well, and we'll see you next time. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and thanks for your continued efforts to benefit sentient beings. Okay, take care, be well, bye-bye.
Okay, so let's begin the next session. My name is Joan, and I'm based at Kopan Monastery, where we did have quite a big outbreak of COVID-19, not only here at the monastery, but also down the hill at the nunnery. And as I was mentioning to Venerable Namjong, things seem to be coming under control. So we feel quite fortunate, but of course, we still have to wait and see what happens. But I think the monks are doing a good job of keeping us safe. Okay, so we have a lot of people in the world who need our prayers right now. COVID-19 is not showing much signs of going away, even though in some countries it looks like, at least at the moment, it's decreasing, but in so many other countries it's on the rise, as you have seen in the news. India and also Nepal are in very bad situations, not only because of COVID-19, but because the situations, here in these countries make it difficult to help people who have the illness, especially outside the big cities. There's definite lack of healthcare and hospitals and a huge lack of ventilators and oxygen. So as the disease spreads out into the rural areas, we are seeing a lot more deaths, a lot more illness. And of course, people also don't really perhaps understand the mechanisms of the disease, so they don't know how to protect themselves. So all of this contributing not only here in India and Nepal, but I suppose in many countries to the spread of the disease. So we spend a moment generating a strong motivation for doing this practice, opening our hearts to all those around the world who have been affected by COVID-19, beginning with ourselves and then our families, our friends. I don't think hardly anybody in this world has been spared the effects of the illness, whether it's becoming ill oneself or experiencing friends and relatives becoming ill, or even losing friends and relatives, and then all the other consequences that have brought great suffering to people, the economic difficulties, the loneliness of being locked up, of not having one's usual friends and family to rely on to help one when one is going through a difficult period. And just the whole change in people's lifestyle has been very drastic, not only for adults, but for teenagers and for young children, to be separated from their friends, to not be going to school, to be so much alone and just cooped up in their houses. I think it's starting to be a real worry that this generation of young people will be affected for the rest of their lives by this past more than a year now of such a different life. So we have a lot to pray for, not only those who are sick, but of course we focus mainly on them, those who are sick right now and experiencing all the different symptoms of COVID-19, and especially those who are struggling to breathe. Can't imagine anything worse. Just trying to take in a breath and feeling your lungs tight and sore and unable to get the oxygen in must be terrible. And then all the worry and fear that goes with that of ending up in hospital and ending up, maybe not in hospital because there's no hospitals that have any beds, or ending up in hospital and then there's no oxygen or no ventilator. So we think of all those people who are sick in this way, and also all those who are already on oxygen, all those who are already on ventilators. Then we include all those affected in all these secondary ways by this pandemic. So you can bring to mind people yourself, you can include yourself in your compassion, and then bring to mind people you know. And just think quickly of some people and the difficulties they're experiencing. And then spread that thought to think that other people's friends and family are experiencing those same difficulties. And we try and develop a very courageous kind of compassion, not a compassion that becomes depressed by thinking of others suffering, but a compassion that takes strength and courage from this situation and wants to help, wants to do whatever we can in whatever way is possible to help others. One way is by saying these prayers. So just think for a moment of all the people you know who are suffering, and then expand that to think of the people you've seen on television, in the news. Just making your mind go right around the world, thinking of beings in all the different countries who are experiencing suffering due to this pandemic. And you can visualize all these people in front of you. You can put your family members in the front, sitting, facing you. And then to either side of them and behind them are all the other suffering people in this world. And since this includes most of the human beings in this world, there's actually a huge sea of people in front of us. But we can focus mainly on those who are actually sick. We can include those who've died, especially those who've died in the last 49 days, but also all those who've died since the beginning of this pandemic. So we think very strongly that we're going to do this session in order to bring an end to this pandemic. That we're going to take refuge, visualize Chenrezig and recite the mantra of the Buddha of Compassion, Chenrezig, and then recite the prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo to end an epidemic that happened in Tibet many years ago, all for the purpose of bringing an end to this pandemic. So we generate a very strong wish that by the power of our prayers, our practice, our compassion, our bodhicitta, that this pandemic may immediately come to an end, and that no one may ever suffer again from COVID-19 and also other forms of illnesses. In the middle of this pandemic, people have continued to die of cancer and all other kinds of illnesses that threaten the lives of human beings. So we can include them too in our prayers. The people, as well as thinking that may these diseases all come to an end and never return again. So we can recite this motivation, which is actually a prayer of refuge, together 3 times. So we place our trust in our gurus, in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, and all the various manifestations of the enlightened mind, that they may guide us until we achieve our own state of enlightenment, that we may become a perfect source of refuge for all sentient beings. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then we can visualize Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, either visualizing ourselves as Chenrezig or visualizing Chenrezig in front of ourselves or above the crown of our head. And we can visualize Chenrezig either in the 1,000-arm aspect or the 4-armed aspect, thinking that Chenrezig is the embodiment of the compassion of all the Buddhas, of every single Buddha. And this compassion takes the form of Chenrezig to allow us to identify and relate to this compassion. So we can imagine that from Chenrezig's heart, rays of light go out, and on the tip of every ray of light is another Chenrezig, and that these Chenrezigs come to the top of the head of all those sentient beings that we visualize in front of ourselves. And as we recite the mantra, rays of light radiate from Chenrezig's heart, flow down through his body, enter the heads of the sentient being below him, purifying all the suffering, eliminating all the suffering, all the disease, especially the COVID-19, but all the related suffering, mental and physical, that person is experiencing. And then also purifying their negative karma and the delusions, which are actually the causes of the suffering. So we don't just eliminate this present suffering, but we eliminate all the causes for future suffering by visualizing all the negative karma being washed away by the light from Chenrezig's powerful compassion and bodhicitta. So we'll recite the mantra for a few minutes, and you can recite it silently to yourself or chant it out loud, slowly, quickly, whatever works for you. So the main thing is to keep your mind in a strong state of compassion and bodhicitta, wishing to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all beings. And thinking to do this practice to eliminate the suffering of sentient beings. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, 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 amani pami hung. Amani pami hung, amani pami hung, amani pami hung, amani pami hung. So we can imagine for a moment that all the human beings that we visualize in front of ourselves are all filled with the white light radiated from Chenrezig's heart. All their suffering has been eliminated. All their negative karmas and afflictions have been completely purified. And they're completely happy, well. We can think that those who've died have received good rebirths. We can think how wonderful it would be if this were to actually happen. That all sentient beings were free from not only COVID, but the causes of all suffering. Then we can even visualize that the Chenrezigs above the crown of their heads melt into light and absorb into them, and they transform into Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, thereby achieving their fullest potential, that of a fully enlightened being. In this way, they'll never, ever have to experience even the slightest suffering ever again. Then we come back to reality and realize that this has not yet happened, even though this is a potential of all sentient beings, including ourselves, to become enlightened. Most of us have a long way to go. And so then we develop our compassion again for all these suffering sentient beings, and together we recite the actual prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo, thinking that because of his bodhicitta, these words have power to eliminate and free this world from this pandemic. So with strong faith and strong compassion, we recite this prayer. We recite it 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Again, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So make a very strong wish that these prayers may be fulfilled right now, right this very moment. So then we do some verses of dedication. So what we're dedicating is the merit that we've created by doing this short session, by developing compassion, taking refuge, visualizing Chenrezig, visualizing purifying sentient beings. We may not realize how much merit it is, but when we think of this world and all the violence and unpleasant states of mind that people have, it's quite extraordinary to develop compassion and spend a half an hour dedicated to the development of compassion. So we've actually created quite a lot of merit. And we dedicate this merit together with all the merit we've ever created in the past, not only in this life, but in all our past lives from beginningless lives. all the merit that we're creating in this present life, and all the merit that we'll go on to create going forward in this life and going into other lives and going to Buddhahood. And then we combine our past, present, future merits with all the past, present, future merits of all the Buddhas. That would be a huge, amazing store of energy. And then we combine that with all the merits created by sentient beings in the past, are being created now, will be created in the future. And this concludes all the merits that are being created by and have been created by all the bodhisattvas. Again, an enormous store of merit. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche encourages us to think like this, not just that we're dedicating the merit that we created in this short session, but this huge store of past, present, future merits of ourselves, all the Buddhas, and all sentient beings. So we dedicate that bodhicitta may arise in our own mind. So bodhicitta is this strong aspiration, a genuine, spontaneous aspiration to achieve enlightenment that's present day and night, even when we're sleeping. So we develop the wish that this mind be developed in ourselves, and then that it may be developed in every other single sentient being. Lama Zopa Rinpoche encourages us to think not just of human beings, but of all the beings in all the different realms, that they too may generate bodhicitta, and that in those in whom bodhicitta has arisen, that it may never degenerate, and that instead it may increase more and more. And then we make the same dedication for the wisdom realizing emptiness, generating the wish that due to the three-time merits of ourselves, all the Buddhas and all sentient beings, this wisdom may grow in our own minds, in the minds of all the people in our family, and in the minds of every single sentient being, including all those who are sick with COVID-19, all those who've died of COVID-19, and that in those in whom the wisdom has been generated, that it may never decrease. And then we recite this verse from the Shantideva's Bodhisattva Charitar, composed by the power of his bodhicitta, that all sentient beings who have sickness may be free from sickness. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigrator beings, never occur again. And then we dedicate that all those who've died, and in particular, we're thinking of those who've died of COVID, but of course we can include all the beings who've died of all different causes, especially those who've died in the last 49 days, that they may never be reborn in the lower realms, that instead they may be reborn in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least, that they may receive a perfect human rebirth and meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana guru, revealing the unmistaken path to enlightenment, and thereby pleasing the holy mind of that guru, that they may quickly achieve enlightenment. And then to prevent all our merits from being destroyed, we recite these dedication. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we just dedicate very quickly for the long life of all our precious holy gurus. Without them, we wouldn't have received the teachings that are guiding us to enlightenment. We need them to continue to live, to continue to teach not only ourselves, but all sentient beings. And we also pray that all their activities may be realized, that every one of their prayers and projects and plans to benefit sentient beings may be realized without the slightest obstacle. So we dedicate for the long life of His Holiness, who's dedicated his life completely to sentient beings, as well as to Lama Zopa Rinpoche and all other gurus who've done the same. May they have long lives. May they continue to teach us. May all their holy wishes be fulfilled. Thank you very much. And hello to Venerable Amy.
Hello, Joan. Venerable Joan, wonderful to see you always. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm fine. Yeah.
Can you get vaccinated yet?
One shot 2 months ago. And then we were supposed to get our second shot now in May, but Nepal's run out.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully soon. Hopefully it will happen soon.
Hopefully.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Stay well. Lovely to see you.
Nice to see you too. Bye-bye.
Welcome, everyone. Let's take a moment to orient our motivation in a really great way. Whatever time it is for you, wherever you are, various parts of the country. And I'd also really like to thank the IMI, the International Mahayana Institute, Chenrezig Institute, Venerable Damcho, everybody who's supporting this and making this happen. He puts together this schedule every week, and it's not easy to do. So it's really wonderful for all these people helping make this happen. There's also a link. Unfortunately, I don't have the link, but you can make a donation to support that happening. I think if you search on International Mahayana Institute, or if the organizers here have the link and they can put it in the chat, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. So let's just think about this wonderful way we can accumulate merit, follow the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche to receive that blessing in our consciousness, which is tremendous. And I know we've been doing this for over a year now, well over a year, especially with Shanti Deva Center, because we started much earlier than the IMI. And thank you to Jennifer for helping host that with Shanti Deva. And again, this is one of the best things we could do right now, because we have that blessing from the lamas. There's the link. Thank you. There's the link. Thank you, Patty. Thank you so much. So if you want to, you can copy that link and make a donation later. It's really, really helpful to our Monks and Nuns Fund. And so just orienting your mind, thinking, this is what I can do to fully wake up, to become a Buddha, because then I have fully empowered to benefit all living beings. So just take a moment to set that motivation in your heart. And it's for that reason that we are doing these practices. Okay. So we're going to start with the Vajra Armor mantra. So please visualize in the space in front is this blue-black Vajrapani, wrathful emanation of power, like it's our skillful means that we need to get enlightened, surrounded by a transcendental wisdom fire. He's in the space in front of you, slightly higher than the level of your head. And it's interesting to see also here, there's always these three deities. So to his left over here is Manjushri, the Buddha of infinite wisdom. And to Vajrapani's right is a four-armed Chenrezig, Buddha of infinite compassion. And you often see the three of them together. And so compassion, wisdom, power, and very common to see them. And imagine he's facing you about 6 inches in height, and out of all the pores of his body come all those signs of purification, whether it's colored light rays, black garudas, iron pigs, scorpions, and they disseminate all over the planet, pushing out COVID and eliminating COVID and all other illnesses and imbalances, body and mind, from the planet. And imagine those light rays coming over to you now, entering your forehead, throat, and heart, purifying your body, speech, and mind of those imbalances as well, in particular, the COVID virus, as we recite his mantra. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nimparshig Naganen Tayata, Sarva Varita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavadi Pe, Nimparshig Naganen Tayata, Sarva Varita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagin and tayata sarva verita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagin and tayata. Sarva verita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nemparshik nagin and tayata. Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nimparshik Nagan Entayata Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nimparshik Nagan Entayata Sarva Vedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nimparshik nagan entayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So if you'd like, you can put your hand over your mouth. You've just blessed your speech with this incredibly powerful mantra. Allow the exhalation to go up your nose. Just imagine that and imagine that purification continuing. If you have a drink, take a few sips. You can blow on the surface a few times, then take a few sips, feeling that additional purification. Just feel you've really purified something within yourself, for the planet. And imagine that blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front of you dissolves into emptiness. From that wisdom arises Black Manjushri over top your crown, facing the same direction as you. It's about 6 inches in height. It's a similar visualization of light rays pouring out of all the pores of his body to the entire planet, purifying disease, COVID, like that, and also descending through your crown and also purifying you of the COVID virus or any ability to get the COVID virus or to spread the COVID virus and any other imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om taso juso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam jam jambe pe soha. Om taso juso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam jam jambe pe soha. Om taso juso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam jam jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam sham jambe pe soha. And feel the purification as the black manjushri over top your crown dissolves from the edges into the center of that visualization into a radiant drop of light. And imagine that drop melting into your crown, granting you all the blessings of his holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. It looks like we have our original crew here pretty much from when I think of our COVID things, I think of you guys, all of you guys, because we've been together through thick and thin, right? And our weather is really strange right now on the East Coast. The air conditioning was on one day, and today the heat is on. So I'm sorry, it's not a very nice holiday weekend on the East Coast as far as weather. I mean, I love the rain, but for some people who want to go to the beach. Okay, this is the prayer, blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. This is kind of the heart of this practice from Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum the mantra right here of the Buddha of compassion, and as much as possible to gaze at the image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The actual prayer we're going to do 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. pacifying the danger of weapons. And I know there was a shooting in, I think, the San Jose area at a rail yard. I just was thinking about one of the early shootings. If you remember, I thought there was a shooting in McDonald's, a mass shooting, and then there was a mass shooting in a post office that I remember early on. And it was so shocking. And now they're just kind of like every week. It's so sad that, so let's say this prayer with really intent for our inner cities, the really violent neighborhoods, and for all these mass shootings, and for the people that have a thought to go to that place. May they somehow find meaning in their life so they can turn away from those sort of activities. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all of this be pacified, all this kind of violence, things like that. Great loving victorious one, Arya sublime compassion, eye looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right times, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Request to pacify the fear of famine is next. And something to think about when we heard Joan, Joan is living at Kopan in Nepal, incredibly poor country. So you see the disadvantage of poor countries can't even get their proper amounts of vaccine to be able to administer it properly. So, but even in the United States, there's people that are struggling to get food and struggling to be able to afford shelter, rent, things like that, food and other things, clothing. So for all of these beings, to help all of the poverty be eliminated on the planet, having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings at degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and vaccine, and so forth on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. It's interesting, just from the rainfall that we're going to have and that we had last night, there will be people near me that are flooded out of their apartments because it's a low-lying, part of it is a low-lying area. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of loving compassion, May the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So I'm going to bring Mother Tara here with us to grant more blessings. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. And very quickly, our dedication prayers. We will do a few of these. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. I'm going to do this meditation with emptiness, this dedication, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Any reflection, please reflect on emptiness right now, any understanding you have. And this next dedication, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. And lastly, the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Then welcome, Venerable Tendrin. Thank you all for joining. I wish you a very nice holiday weekend if you're celebrating a holiday this weekend. And please take care.
Thanks, Venerable Amy. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, so let's refresh our visualization of being surrounded by all sentient beings. So really imagine that your mother of this life is on your left, your father of this life is on your right, perhaps your grandparents, all their loved ones, your siblings, all their loved ones, your partner, your children, and all their loved ones are seated close behind you. Your Dharma community, your friends, all their loved ones. All the other people of your life, and all their loved ones. And then in front, all the people that you have difficulty with, or perhaps have difficulty with you, these views you disagree with, whatever the reason. And then we're surrounded by all the strangers of this life. They weren't strangers in the past. They won't be strangers in the future. And just all sentient beings in the form of humans spreading out like the Milky Way. All those in the Bardo. And just keep in mind that we're doing these prayers on their behalf, for all of them. Think about all their worries, living in fear, perhaps ill from the coronavirus, worried about someone they love who is ill, living in poverty, those struggling with the elements, with fires and floods and earthquakes and volcanoes, hurricanes, cyclones, so many ways in which we can be harmed by the elements. Those who are suffering in war zones, really understanding that there's so much suffering. And we're saying these prayers on behalf of all these suffering mother sentient beings. Now imagine in the space in front of all these sentient beings is a large jewel throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus sun, or lotus moon and sun mandala. On top of this sits the essence of our own root gurus in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. His holy body is the purest gold. There's a Upanisha on the top of his head, 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth. His left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of medicinal nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in a Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, Buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings, on faultless thrones, sits the Dharma, explained by them in the form of text, having the nature of light. So feel very strongly that you are in the presence of your teachers, enlightened beings who understand and accept us just as we are, and strongly wishes to help us to reach the state beyond sorrow, complete enlightenment. And we have the basis for this complete enlightenment. I have Buddha potential. And in this life, we've received a perfect human rebirth with freedoms and richnesses. With this basis, we can obtain a good rebirth, liberation, and even enlightenment. And by showing up today, by saying these prayers, we're using this condition really well. But since beginningless time, all of us, all mother sentient beings, have been experiencing the numberless sufferings of samsara again and again. Who has the power to protect us from these sufferings? Only these enlightened beings abiding in front of us. We must achieve enlightenment in order to benefit all these sentient beings. Therefore, we'll go to refuge using the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, our Buddha potential. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now, all those enlightened beings in front of us, the refuge field dissolves into light. It absorbs into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. The throne of the Buddha then dissolves into light, absorbing upward into the lotus, sun, and moon. The Buddha seated on these comes to the crown of our heads. The Buddha is above everyone, all sentient beings, and dissolves into blissful golden light. This golden light pours down into you, blessing our body, speech, and minds. Now in the space in front of all these sentient beings, a 1,000-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is the embodiment of infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. Stands on a lotus and moon seat. Its nature is white light, youthful, and decorated with magnificent jeweled ornaments. Visualize rays of light emanating from Chenrezig's heart, entering all sentient beings through the crowns of our heads, bringing us freedom from suffering, eliminating the causes of our suffering, filling us with all the causes of happiness, all the good qualities. So strengthen your visualization of being surrounded by sentient beings, in particular all those suffering from the coronavirus or concerned, worried, terribly afraid for their loved ones, all those who've recently passed away and are in the bardo. And as we recite Chenrezig's mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize these rays of light reaching the hearts of all these sentient beings, bringing them exactly what they need for their temporary and ultimate happiness right this moment. So we'll recite these for 5 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, Strengthen that visualization. Feel delighted that all sentient beings have received the blessings of Chenrezig, these rays of light. And now we'll recite our actual prayers and requests on behalf of all of them, all the suffering sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So imagine that Chenrezig dissolves into light, pours into the crown of the heads of all sentient beings, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. And rejoice that we've hooked the activity of enlightened beings in order to benefit all the suffering other sentient beings. We followed the advice of our teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. This is truly wonderful. We're using our precious human rebirth in exactly the way that will lead us to enlightenment so we can truly be of benefit to all suffering sentient beings. Let's recite, let me see. Since it's the month of Sakadawa, let's see if I can pull it up here. Let's recite the Sutra of Remembering the Three Jewels. Homage to the Omniscient One, purified and consummate, victorious, virtuous, and transcendent, thus gone, foe-destroying, entirely perfect Buddha, full of wisdom. The blissfully proceeding, the knower of the world, charioteer and subduer of beings, the unsurpassable and teacher of gods and men, such as Buddha, victorious, virtuous, and transcendent. He who is thus gone exemplifies the merit which is his cause. In him no root of virtue is ever worn away. Through his manifold patience, he is exceedingly beautiful. He is the treasure ground of merit, adorned with the tokens of enlightenment. He is graced with the flowers of the marks of Buddhahood. All he does is seasonable and opportune, and nothing inharmonious mars the sight of him. True joy indeed he gives to those who open up their hearts to him in faith. Through the brilliance of his wisdom, he is unconfounded, and against his power there is no victory. He is the teacher of all living beings, the father of all the bodhisattvas, the king of all the superior ones. He is the guide of those who journey to the city of beyond affliction. His wisdom is unbound. His assurance is beyond imagining. His speech is altogether pure, well-tuned, and sweet to hear. Gazing on him, one is never sated. His body is beyond compare. By the realm of desire, he is unstained, and by the realm of form, he is wholly uncontaminated. He is not mingled with the formless. He is altogether free from misery, and from the aggregates, he is utterly and altogether free. The elements have no hold on him. He has mastery of the sense powers. All bonds he is completely severed, and from all pain he is perfectly and totally released. No craving does he have. He has passed beyond the stream. Perfect is his wisdom, and in his wisdom of the Buddhas past, present, and to come, he has made his dwelling. In nirvana, where all suffering is transcendent, he does not abide. His abode is in the very summit of perfection, residing in that place where he perceives all living beings. Such are the sublime qualities that are the greatness of the Buddha, victorious, virtuous, and transcendent. The sacred doctrine is righteous in the outset, righteous in the middle, righteous in the end. In its meaning, excellent, and its words and syllables likewise. It is integral and unalloyed. It is all-sufficing, altogether pure and purifying. Well spoken is this Dharma by the victorious, virtuous, and transcendent. It is a perfect way of seeing and is devoid of ailment. It is perennial and leads us onward. To see this Dharma is to fulfill one's purpose. The wise will see in it their self-cognizing wisdom. The Dharma, spoken by the victorious, virtuous, and transcendent, is shown to be well-tempered to the instruction, the needs of all. It drives us from samsara and causes us to go to perfect Buddhahood. It is free from contradiction, and in it all is summarized. It is totally to be relied upon. It is the cutting of the root. The Sangha of the Mahayana comprises those who have well entered, wisely entered with straightforwardness and aptitude. Right it is to join our hands before them, and right to make prostration. They are the glorious field of merit. They are the perfect recipient of gifts. They are the object of offering. Everywhere and always they are worthy object of all offering. Thus ends the sublime sutra of remembering the three jewels. Now I'll recite the dedications. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merit and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Do all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. The long life prayers. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduers more way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjuna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior, myself, and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So it's Venerable Ribina here. Tarji Tari Tari Soham, 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 Soham, Tarji Tari Tari 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 Soham. Soham, Tarji Tari Tari Soham, Tarji Tari Tari Soham, Tarji Tari Tari Soham, Soham, Tarji Tari Tari 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 Soham, There she is.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry, I couldn't get my Wi-Fi to start. Now, thank you, Venerable Nun. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Good, let's continue with this amazing job. Praying to Lama Chenrezig. I can't get my screen to be right. Okay, everyone. Happy to be here. Viva, Silke, Laura, Alona, Susie, and all the people I can't see. Beata, hello, Carol, everybody, dear people. Okay, so we just continue where we left off. This amazing 24 hours. Who knows how much good this has done, you know? We don't know, do we? I remember in the 1970s when Maharishi, what is his name? He started with his mantras, and they did some research, sort of a certain percentage of people in a certain place praying or saying mantras, it could change, you know, they proved it. So I think that's kind of makes sense, really. Makes sense. I mean, if you think about it, you know, a bunch of good people in one place, all doing together, all having the same thoughts, and mind is what creates everything. All right, all right, all right. Let's go. Okay. So we visualize. Imagine. Buddha is here anyway, but we have to create the cause. So we visualize, we imagine in the sky, in front of us, the Buddha of compassion. The same Buddha as all the Buddhas, same mind, same wisdom, same compassion, same capacity, same qualities, but different aspects. They kind of manifest in different aspects for our benefit. That's the job. So this one is a peaceful aspect of Lama, of Chenrezig, Avalokitesvara, the Buddha of compassion. There are many other aspects too. This is a peaceful one. He's got 4 hands. This is always reminding us, but this is what's called the Sambhogakaya aspect of the Buddha, the enjoyment body. The one behind me, the Buddha, that's the Nimanakaya, or the emanation body. That's the one that people like you and me can see. The other one is the subtler one, the body is made of light, and it's from Tantra, from the Bodhisattva as part of the Tantra, the Bodhisattva path. And it's only the Arya Bodhisattvas. Anybody, Arya being is a person who's realized emptiness. So any of the Arya Bodhisattvas, they has the power to see, to cognize with their subtler mind. And we, of course, eventually have as well. And by doing these practices, we're creating the cause to actually see the Buddha with our subtle mind as we get more advanced. So it's a peaceful aspect and a light body. And it's also not the monk aspect. There's different levels of practice, aren't there? So the very first level of practice is the basic level is to do with look what Shakyamuni represents, you know, completely subdued body, speech, and mind. That's the aspect. And that's the earlier stages of practice, called the practices of individual liberation. The first stages, if you know the Lam Rim, the first stages of the Lam Rim. He represents renunciation. Look at him, you know. And then you've got the tantric aspect, and that's this blissful, radiant light body, and it's meant to energize our mind, you know, for the most advanced yogis can utilize that energy. So they're all those deities, as they call them, it's just another word for the Buddha, and this blissful aspect, make you blissful, you know, lift you up, very optimistic, showing you our potential. It's like a mirror image of what we can become. Think like that. So he's sitting in full lotus position on a multicolored lotus, and on the lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk, which represent wisdom and compassion. You can't see them. And he's kind of in the Bodhisattva style with his silken clothes, you know, and the royal style. So lots of jewelry, you know, it's kind of based in the Indian style. It's coming from India. It's Tibetan representation, but it's based on the Indian. His hair partially held in a top knot. This 5-pointed crown on his head like a tiara in the front. 4 hands. The first 2 hold a wish-fulfilling jewel at his heart. And the other 2 hold aloft, holding a rosary and a crystal rosary and a white lotus. And on his left shoulder is an antelope skin, which indicates his peaceful aspect. And his face is utterly beautiful, radiant, incredibly loving. I mean, we're very limited, aren't we? We can only imagine the levels of love and compassion according to us. If we're full of paranoia and misery, we can't even understand. We can't even imagine 1 ounce of love coming from anybody. It just proves that our mind sees only what we have inside us, you know. So we can imagine love and compassion that we know, and then multiply it 20 million times. You might get close to the love and compassion of the Buddhas, you know. A Buddha's not some abstract being with sort of in the sky somewhere. They're real people, actual people, you know, but showing their minds in different aspects. Showing infinite love and compassion, unbearable compassion, as Lama Zopa says. And then, of course, also having the wisdom to know how to benefit and the power to do so. This is all the Buddhas. So his blissful face. And if we have a spiritual teacher, a lama, a guru, a person whom we have chosen as our own embodiment of Buddha, basically, they're the one who's showing us how to become our Buddha, then we think it's their mind manifesting as Chenrezig. As Paponka Rinpoche says, if the guru is not the Buddha, then who is, you know? So thinking like this. And then we think of all the sentient beings. All the sentient beings, in these 3 categories of friend, enemy, and stranger. It's such a good way to see it. You know, the objects of attachment, aversion, and ignorance. Unrealistic, of course, because I mean they're just our projections, but this is how we see the world. So, you know, all the beings, and all in the form of humans. And they're pervading space, in the front, behind, to the sides, above, below. And they're all the same. They all want happiness, all don't want suffering. That's clear. All the same as us. All got Buddha nature. So Lama Chenrezig now sends light from his heart, goes out. From his heart, hooks the energy of all the Chenrezigs in the universe, all the billions and billions of Chenrezigs. They call this as inviting the wisdom beings, the actual Buddhas. And you imagine the energy comes back with this light from all the 10 directions and absorbs into our visualization, making it radiant and beautiful, even more radiant, more beautiful. And now the embodiment of all the Chenrezigs in the universe. Tsahung Bam Ho. They become non-dual. So now we visualize. Now we take refuge together. We take refuge together. All of us together, all these millions of beings, all the suffering ones with COVID-19 and all other sufferings. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakas and dakinis. That's the female and the male, these blissful beings. So their job is to make us blissful, help us get enlightened. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. That's the Dharmakaya, literally truth body. It's referring to our enlightened mind. Then you've got the Nimanakaya, the emanation body, and then the Sambhogakaya, the one that we're visualizing, the subtle light body. These are called the 3 bodies of the Buddha. That's how they talk. And certain practices help us develop by developing wisdom, we develop the Manakaya, and by developing the method side, we develop the other 2. And now we all say the mantra together. We visualize, all of us together saying, and as we're saying the mantra, we'll imagine Lama Chenrezig sending powerful, radiant beams of white light from his brow into the brows of every single being, especially the ones with COVID-19 and all the suffering as a result of it environmentally and everything else. But everywhere in the universe, all the beings, above, below, behind, to the sides, underneath us. And imagine the light going into our brows, every single one of us, and instantly purifying all of the sickness and pain and suffering of the bodies and the causes of this pain, which is killing in the past, especially killing. Purifying the suffering of the bodies, the sickness, the being dying, all this, and the causes, killing. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Continuing to visualize and wanting from the depths of our hearts all this to happen as we say the mantra silently. And thinking it blesses our own speech, it blesses our own subtle energy, it blesses our mind, it blesses whoever hears it, all around the world, wherever we are. If we say it even softly, whoever hears it is blessed by this. Imagine this and imagine all the suffering being purified. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now we can say our prayer a few times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Again, Lama Chenrezig continues, we imagine now, to send this white light, radiant beams of white light from his brow that enters everybody's brow, all, especially the ones that are suffering from COVID-19, all the ones suffering, and all of us, because we're all suffering in one way or another, purifying all the suffering of the bodies, and then purifying, especially the causes of this suffering, which is killing. Sickness is an environmental result of killing. Dying young or being killed is the experience similar to the cause result of killing. And of course, the tendency to keep doing it, which is the worst one, because that just keeps us suffering, that's the result as well of killing. It's because, the sentient beings have been we've been in the lower realms because of killing. And then we exhaust that karma that finishes. But we haven't purified all aspects of it by living in vows and by purifying. And this is the tragedy. Look at the human realm, 7 billion humans. And look at the number, probably the majority kill, we get killed. Look at the millions who get killed, die young. Look at all the sickness. All of this these are the environmental results. Sickness, the very physical world itself harms you. Pollution, war, all this. You've got allergies, and getting sick, but the physical world harms you. Then the second one is experiences similar to the cause, which is you get killed or die young. And the first one really is they're like these three residual results from past killing. We've exhausted the main result. We're now finished with the lower realms. We come back into the human realm like a miracle, and we have these three results, the residual results left over, because we haven't lived in vows and because we haven't purified. So if there are any humans who don't kill, who don't get killed and don't die young and don't get sick, pretty much, if we've got like that, that means we've lived in vows in the past. That means we've purified by living in vows and purification. This is the crucial practice, to purify all the results. Look at the millions of humans who have these results. This is the tragedy, especially the tragedy of continuing to kill, because you go straight back to the lower realms. Have such compassion. Now I forget where we were. So now we visualizing the white light coming and purifying, visualizing all the white light coming and purifying all the karmic results of killing, the tendency to kill, the experience of being killed, and the environmental result, and of course the lower realms. These are the 4 results. So purifying all of this, every sentient being in the universe. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Strongly visualizing, wanting this result. Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we're saying the prayer, we continue visualizing Lama Chenrezig sending out the white light, purifying all the suffering sentient beings, particularly of the karma of the body. It's the one we're doing, to the brow, that purifies the karma of the body, created by the body. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Because that's exactly the result of not killing. And if we've got that, I always say it, never take it for granted. We always take the good for granted. And then as soon as the bad happens, we moan and complain, If we've got good health and well-being, and radiance and long life. It's like a miracle. It's like a miracle. We've lived in vows in the past, and we've purified. That's why we have to keep going. As Lama Zopa says, being good is not enough. You've got to do active, conscious, active, proactive practice to continue to get bare minimum, get decent human bodies and well-being and long life, so we can practice. And that comes from purifying negative karma and living in vows. That's it. That's the solution. It's not complicated. Like a miracle if we've got it, isn't it? Don't take it for granted. It's the result of unbelievable past hard work, your hard work. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dakas, dharmas, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the infallibility of karma and its results. That's the thing, like, the natural law of karma that runs the universe. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig. Now we're going to purify the speech and the mind as well. Why not, So we visualize Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends radiant beams of red light from his throat, I forgot to say, there was white Om at the brow, red R at the throat, and blue Hung at the heart. I should have said that first. So from the red R at his throat, radiant beams of red light go out, laser beams, entering into the throats of every single tiny being in the universe, above, below, behind, to the sides, everyone, in the trillions of realms, all the realms of existence, purifying, because we've all been humans at one point. All the beings of the hells and the spirits and the animals have been humans in the past. We've been in the others in the past. So they've created karma of speech in the past, and can be experiencing the suffering results of negative speech in this life, as an animal even, for example. So this purifies all the suffering results of negative speech. All karmas have all four results. Environmental, so the particular way the environment impacts upon you. So, for example, killing causes the physical world to actually harm you, polluted and things like that. Food doesn't nourish you. You even have allergies, and these can kill you. That's environmental result of killing, for example. Speech, environmental result of speech, the four different ones of speech, all have the different results of, like harsh speech. I think one of the environmental results is, that you're born in a desert. Nothing grows, Or gossip, I think the gossip and the other ones of the speech, it causes things don't grow properly, or don't get fruits in the right time, or you get, the fires come when you don't want it, and the rain comes when everything's unbalanced. All the environmental, all the elements completely out of balance. All of this is the direct result of actions of sentient beings. There's no creator up there running the show. Our own actions cause it. Our own actions impact upon the environment. The results of speech, especially for humans, the result of negative speech, the experience similar to the cause is that, gossiping is no one pays any attention to you. Your words have no value. The result of harsh speech as an experience is that people, even if you're being sweet, even if you're speaking nicely, people think you're speaking harshly. All the experiences all beings have some karma actions of their own in the past. We're the creators of the universe. So we now imagine this red light coming and purifying all the suffering from past negative speech, especially as humans, isn't it? When animals make a few noises, but we're the clever ones with speech. all the suffering results of speech and the negative speech itself, the causes, purified by this blissful red light coming from the red art Lama Chenrezig's throat, entering our throat, filling us completely. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now imagine the Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from his heart chakra, the blue hung at his heart, radiant laser beams of blue light, blue like the sky, that penetrate our heart and fill us instantly, every single being in the universe, in front, above, behind, everywhere. Instantly now purifying the cause of the things we do with our body and speech. The body and speech are the servants of our mind, aren't they? The body and speech carry out the wishes of our crazy mind, the delusions. And the amazing point is that Buddha has found that these are not at the core of our being and thus can be removed. This is Buddha's unique and credible point in Buddhist psychology. This is Buddhist psychology. Don't think of some hippie-trippy thing. These delusions are adventitious. They don't belong. We don't need them. They cause suffering. They cause us to do suffering things. And then we can rid them. So we imagine now this blue light absolutely eradicating ego grasping, the root delusion, attachment, aversion, all the others from the mind. How amazing. Full of joy. All the beings full of joy. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, and by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we do one more time the three chakras, but this time experiencing all the realizations. We should just end up on a happy note. So imagining, again, Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends the white radiant laser beams from his white Om at his brow, enter our brows, and then totally fill us. And this time, because we purified the body, so now we imagine experiencing all the natural potential we've got. Once the negative karma is finished, the potential of our body is only to be of benefit to others. I mean, just this body alone, can you imagine? Whoever sees you, hears you, smells you, touches you, tastes you, doesn't get harmed by you. What a miracle. But eventually, of course, it also creates the cause for us in the future when we become a Buddha to be able to manifest in countless bodies throughout the universe, countless Nimanakayas, countless Sambhogakayas, for the sake of suffering sentient beings. Imagine this. And for all beings, full of this blissful white light, this blissful, amazing potential, never can harm with our bodies again. Can you imagine this? Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now visualizing Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sending laser beams of red light from the red R at his throat, entering our throats and the throats of every single being, pure. This time manifesting the power of speech. This is Buddha's main gift, the speech, you know. We have to hear the words so we can have the instructions, so we can get enlightened. Without the advice, we can't do that. So imagine this speech, every single being in the universe, purified speech. And such that every sound we utter only benefits whoever hears it. Can you imagine that? Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends blue light from his heart, the blue hole in his heart, entering our hearts, laser beams, penetrating, entering, filling us completely. And this time, filling us with wisdom. I mean, amazing. Can you imagine? Unbelievable. Wisdom that sees things as they are. And only virtue. There's nothing else. That's it. That's our true nature. All the other rubbish is gone. Can you imagine this? All beings, their potential, same as ours. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Couple more times the prayer, strongly from our hearts. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Lyama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can visualize Lama Chenrezig sending all the three lights together. And what this does, you see, we can imagine now that we've achieved liberation, which is amazing, but we can do even more. We can now remove even the what they call the imprints left over, from all the seeds. The seeds have all gone, but like this sort of tendency, those sort of imprints left over, they say, or sort of. I remember one person saying it's like you remove the garlic from the jar. We've done that. Now we've got to remove the smell. So this is where we now achieve Buddhahood. Removes the obstacles to omniscience. Three lights together. And this, of course, comes when we combine wisdom with bodhicitta. So imagine these three lights together, entering the brows and the hearts and the throats of every one of us. White, red, blue. White from the brow, red from the throat, blue from the heart. Entering every one, and we achieve our own Chenrezig nature. Imagine all beings. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now you imagine everybody turns into Chenrezig. You see them all, see them as Chenrezig. Every being, the whole universe full of blissful Chenrezigs. And now they all sort of dissolve into white light. Imagine all of them from everywhere. First of all, sorry, imagine Lama Chenrezig dissolving into all of us. He goes to our crowns, all the billions of crowns, and he enters into every one of us. And then every one of us, we and everybody else dissolve into light. We imagine the energy of the Buddha's body, speech, and mind, the energy of our Lama's body, speech, and mind, and our body, speech, and mind become one. Imagine that. I've got to be confused here. Don't dissolve into light. Just do that. Imagine the energy of the body, speech, and mind of the Guru, the Buddha, and ours become one. And now you visualize, imagine your mind. Imagine you kind of expand to fill the universe. Imagine that. And just bliss out for 1 or 2 minutes. No thoughts, as big as the universe. No thoughts. You pervade the universe. Imagine, no thoughts. And now that's it. And now we have dedicate, we're thinking for this 1 little hour, as long as we've been here, as many thoughts as we've had, is as many seeds we've planted, everything we've visualized, it's sown a seed in our mind, how amazing. So we think, that we dedicate that all these seeds we have planted, we'll continue to nourish them from this moment forward with our practice, with our efforts. So we can become exactly what we've done, become Chenrezig, every one of us and every one of us. Or we can lead everybody to Buddhahood. And then we think, may compassion, this amazing bodhicitta, may it grow and grow in the hearts of all. And may all our holy lamas live long. The Dalai Lama, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all the holy lamas live long. We need them badly on this planet. And may we all live long with good health, well-being, and have a long life, good health and well-being. We can be useful. May all that happen. Okay. I'm a bit early, 1 minute. There it is, 8 o'clock. There she is, on time. You're perfect. You're so good at timing. You're brilliant. Carol, thank you, my dearest. Thank you, everybody. Goodbye, and thank you. See you, darling.
Thank you, dear. Bye. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the next session of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. I think Venerable Rabina's sessions are always so wonderful with, just the extra meditation and the visualization. We'll do a little bit of that. I'll only be here for 30 minutes, and I want to thank everyone who's been participating, all of the people who make this happen at Nalanda Monastery, at Chenrezig Institute, and all the Sangha who host the sessions. We're just really fortunate. It's a wonderful opportunity to do this practice, to be of some benefit, because in our hearts, we have to recognize just how beneficial we can be. We all have this Buddha nature. We have this potential to reach fullest enlightenment, and that's incredible. We have to remember that that's the case with each and every sentient being, with ourselves as well. So let's just begin with a little bit of centering, just bringing the attention to the breath and breathing just at a comfortable pace, neither too deeply or too lightly. Letting go of any concerns on your mind, just putting all those other things aside, just focusing on the breath. Breathing in and breathing out, just observing. You can turn your attention to your body for a moment, just relaxing areas that you might find tense. So starting at your crown, and just relaxing your eyes, your jaw, your neck, and your shoulders especially. And then just making sure your spine is straight, but not stiff. You can imagine it's like a stack of coins. Whether you're on a cushion or a chair, just feel yourself planted, stable, supported. And then continue just letting go of any tension as you breathe, just relaxing the diaphragm, relaxing your belly, your hips, your thighs, your calves, all the way down to your toes. And just resting with the breath. Now just feel the body relaxed and the mind alert. As this attention to the breath lets go of all the distractions. So the mind is more ready, sharper. And for a moment, let's just think about our motivation for being here. And think, just as I wish to be happy, so does each and every sentient being. We all want happiness and to be free of suffering. And just recalling that the way to achieve lasting happiness is to tame our minds, to get to know our minds, because the problems arise not from exterior or external things, but from how we react to them. With our minds uncontrolled, we grasp at things, at mistaken things, things we think will bring happiness. We run away from things that we dislike. We're attracted to things that we want. And it sends us into this spiral of just, constant ups and downs, having a worldly happiness for a moment and then come crashing down. So just standing back and remembering that this path laid out by the Buddha is the way to overcome this, to free ourselves from this cyclic existence of constant suffering, of constant ups and downs. Of the feeling of never being in control, when in actuality, the only thing we need to control is our minds. So just thinking, I want to attain not only liberation from samsara, from cyclic existence, but ultimately enlightenment, this enlightened potential that we all have. And I want to realize it. I want to become like the Buddha, fully awakened. But then thinking, if I do this only for myself, I leave all my friends, family, every sentient being whom I have so much in common with, I share so much with, I leave them all behind. So generating this wish that we call bodhicitta, the wish to attain enlightenment, to benefit each and every sentient being. Because by following this path with a mind wishing to benefit others, that's how we find true happiness, not only for ourselves, but that's how we can be of most benefit to others. So just sitting with this motivation for a moment. And at this point, it's probably just a wish or thought, but you just sit with it for a moment to become familiar. Thinking that ultimately this motivation will just spontaneously arise. We work toward that day, that time. So now let's begin this prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease that we can use, in this difficult time we're facing, the pandemic and all the suffering around it. So I'll just recite this motivation prayer 3 times, just taking it to heart. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just taking this refuge to heart, thinking that, there's nothing in this world, nothing that comes even close to the three jewels, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. There's nothing that compares to this path taught by the Buddha. And the way to follow this path is taking refuge in the three jewels. So having this idea of firm refuge, let's just visualize ourselves sitting with all beings, our friends, our family. You can imagine being in a meadow, just seated comfortably, all beings in human form, just in a big circle, stretching out to the horizon. And in the center of this circle is an aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, this radiant white. And just imagine Chenrezig looking out at all beings with this loving kindness, this wish to remove the suffering of each and every sentient being. I'm just kind of holding this visualization in mind as we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. So just imagine as we recite this mantra that rays of white light radiate from Chenrezig's holy body. Comes to these rays, strike the crowns of our heads, and we begin to fill our bodies. We become completely full of this radiant white light, this energy of Chenrezig, this energy of compassion. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. So just continue to visualize these rays of light radiating from Chenrezig, entering our crowns, filling our bodies, and eliminating all the sufferings, all the difficulties from ourselves and from each and every sentient being. Let's embrace this compassionate energy. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just imagine now that Chenrezig comes to each of our crowns, facing the same direction as we are, dissolves into light, completely filling our bodies, our minds with this compassion that each and every sentient being just absorbs this white light, compassion of Chenrezig, and feel that all suffering's been removed, replaced with this loving kindness. And just keep this in mind as we recite the actual prayer. I'm just reciting this with the conviction that this prayer will be realized. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, And by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So on this third repetition, just feel strongly in your heart that this prayer has been completely actualized, that your wishes are fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now in your heart, just imagine that all of these prayers have been fulfilled. That by the power of Chenrezig, all suffering has been removed. That we're all filled with this compassion, loving kindness of Chenrezig. So dedicating in this way, thinking to benefit all mother sentient beings, remembering our bodhicitta motivation. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And just remembering samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. So now to just seal the merits with emptiness, as taught by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and bringing this to our hearts. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So just taking this to heart. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So just dedicating in our hearts in this way. Thank you. So, hi, Venerable.
Oh, hello. How are you?
I am fine, thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
How are things?
Oh, I'm sorry.
How are things there in San Francisco?
Still okay.
Yeah.
I think people are very cautious. So
Right.
even though they're talking about, I think in the middle of June, removing the requirement for masks, people are a little concerned, and I'm watching to see what's going to happen. The center is still closed. How are things there, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, we're still closed down, and we know that there's new cases every day, but they don't give us very clear information. So we don't know how many, but it's an ongoing thing. We're just being very careful.
And they're continuing with, have a lot of the monks been vaccinated, do you know?
Not many. In India, very few people have been vaccinated. People over 65 have been vaccinated. People over 45 have gotten one shot.
Okay.
Everyone under 45, it could be many months before we get.
I hope they begin to disperse, because I know around here now there are vaccinations available everywhere for everyone, and let's spread this. So
we think 1.3 billion people here, so it's very difficult.
Yeah, it's true. Well, thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Bye-bye. Okay, welcome everybody. So obviously you just heard us talking here at Kyabje Monastery. This is Tenzin Gyatso, by the way. We have the name Damchu appearing. This is the moderator, but actually it's Tenzin Gyatso. It's Kyabje Monastery in South India. And as you heard, we have an outbreak here. All of India is obviously not doing very well, as many you might have heard in the news. Although it does sound that India in general is starting to see some signs of improvement. Certainly our state, Karnataka, because everything is shut down, shops aren't even allowed to be open at the moment, and cars aren't allowed on the roads, then it does seem that's helping. But within Sarah, the situation is probably getting a little worse. As I said, we don't actually know the numbers, but I would say 100-something monks are sick, and they don't actually have enough testing equipment, so we don't know. Also, some people just stay in their rooms, so we don't know, whether it's COVID or something else. But fortunately, here at IMI House, we've so far been able to stay safe. We're very isolated, and we only have to go out to get groceries, so hopefully that won't become a cause of contamination for us. Other than that, we spend all of our days, continuing as usual, doing intensive study. And then of course, the older ones of us are helping the younger ones. It's not easy to adjust to Sarah, but it's even harder when everything is closed down and there's no activities and there's a world crisis. Obviously, it's a quite difficult situation. So I hope wherever you are that you are well and safe. I know in a lot of parts of the world, the vaccination is available and things are starting to open up, which is a good sign. Let's hope that we, as things do get better in the world in terms of this crisis, that we don't forget the lessons of this. I think we can see very clearly that what we have in this world is very fragile. The affluence and stability that most of us grow up with and take for granted, it's not something that might be here forever. Even if there's no more virus, then of course there's still environmental crises, and there's just the standby of impermanence of death, which is always there. So it's very good to be aware of that and make the best use of our time, both in terms of how making our own life meaningful for ourselves by accumulating merit and aiming for enlightenment and examining, thinking about what that means. And then, of course, for the whole world, living our lives in a way that is causing the least damage to the environment and to the world, and if possible, being a benefit to others as much as we can. So we have the opportunity now to recite these prayers in accordance with Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice for us. And Rinpoche has specifically said that reciting this prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo at this time would be very beneficial. So there's both the blessing of the prayer itself, and then of course the blessing of following Rinpoche's advice, which for any of us who consider him our teacher, that's the most meritorious thing we can do. So we can begin. We'll do a short meditation, just a quiet meditation before beginning, and then we do the motivation, and then we'll recite the mantra of Chenrezig. So I'll recite the long Dharani one time. If you know it, you can recite along with me. If not, that's fine. You can just listen, and then we'll recite the Mani Padme Hum, the short mantra, as many times as possible. And then we'll recite the main prayer, actual prayer, for the remainder of the session as much as we can fulfill. So as I say, let's just begin sitting quietly for a couple of minutes, and then we can start with the prayer. Okay, so now I can recite the motivation verses. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we recite mantra of Avalokiteshvara. Namuranandaraya Namaharyadhanam Zaigaravarajan Bhuharajaya Dadagadayam Ade Zamyabzam Buddhan Namasvarvadadagadebhyam Samyagam Buddhavyam Namarya Bhagavati Buddhaya Bodhisattvaya Mahasattvaya Mahagarunika Dayadam Dharadaram Diri Diri Duru Duru Idihwade Tale Tale Pratale Pratale Kuzume Kuzuma Warele Mele Dele Balama Bana Yezua Om Mani Padme 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 Okay, so now the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings that there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mirror, and still not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body of every mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, with the power of the dakinis, them protectors and guardians, the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcherling and an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mirror, so not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other endemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, although they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, of the power of the Dakinis, and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, although they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, number protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mirror, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other endemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the full elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, of happiness, totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, of the power of the Dakinis, and protectors and guardians, the power of the truth with the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, that the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher letting the animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mirror, and so not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other endemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they in place inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the number protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, so the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher letting an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mirror, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so that they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, of the power of the Dakinis, their protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher landing in the animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mirror and should not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, of the power of the Dakinis, their protectors and guardians, the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher landing in the animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mirror and should not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, of the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all the dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher landing in the animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the mirror, should not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels of the power of the Dakinis, their protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can recite the dedication verses. Second. Okay, so here we are. Dedication verses. We start with the verse to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta and all yet born arise. May that yet risen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of the Garjana's thought. These two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all sentient instances, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, do we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones, like the earth, water, fire, and wind. Meditations and wood in the forest may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like, without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty, existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, that state as quickly as, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train, just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality as it is, and just like Samandra Bhatta as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue, dedicated engagement in praise as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. And the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjuna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So we finished a couple minutes early, so we can just sit again quietly for a couple minutes. And again, this time, imagine dedicating this merit for all beings throughout the world and any world who are sick, who are suffering in any way. They may quickly be freed from the causes of suffering. So both the manifestation, also the underlying causes. Okay, thank you. I see Venerable Sarah is here next. Are you there, Venerable Sarah? I see your prayer wheel.
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here,
there you are.
Yeah, thank you so much for your thank you so much for the debate video you sent.
Oh yeah, good. I'm glad.
I think it arrived the same day or the day before His Holiness was talking about we all have to debate.
Right. Okay, good. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
please share it with anybody else who might be interested.
Oh, great. Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So you guys and Sarah, okay?
Well, we're okay at the IMI house. Most of Sarah is not in very good shape. There's a lot of sick monks. We don't know how many, probably over 100.
A year ago, we were all together.
Yeah, that's right. We were all together there in Maratika. I was wondering if you were there, but it looks like you're in Boda. So yeah,
No,
Namjung and I and everyone else are here. Yeah.
and we were doing Sojourn together, and we were doing Long Life Lama Tsongkhapa together, and we were doing.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good
Yeah,
time,
it was
no?
good there. Yeah, we actually had more freedom there than we have here. We're not even meeting in the house. That's why Namjung and I are separate now, because we're not even meeting with our housemates at the moment.
Yeah, it's the same for me, and I have
Yeah.
to say that I do miss the community. We had a really nice community.
Yeah, it was good there. It was a good time. A bit of an
Yeah.
excursion.
And I was at Maratika when we heard that there was going to be probably another lockdown, and
Right.
I just came down here because just
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
So you're there in an apartment in Boda now, is that right?
I'm just in a room in a guest house.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And so the good thing is I have all the communication, so I can listen to many teachings, and I can get good food and all that. But
good.
yeah, I miss the community. It was fun last year.
Yeah, it was as I say, it was a very different scenery for for our study year, right? It's a very different place to be pursuing these things.
You're up on the mountain, and I remember you're up on the mountain, and you came down one day, and the shops were all closed.
Right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. And so I thought it was a holiday. I checked the calendar. I think it was the day before Hindu New Year, so I thought it must be New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Then I had to explain to you that there was a pandemic going on.
Yeah. It was a good opportunity.
Yeah. But I mean, one thing is being up in Maratika, we didn't really, we never met anyone who had the virus.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
we weren't surrounded by people who had the virus, and so this year has been very different because I mean, I've been in close contact with people who have the virus, trying to help. It's very widely spread here, so it's been a very different situation.
Yeah, it's very different. Yeah, as I say, here at Sarah, this is the worst time so far since the outbreak, and now it's really India seems to be getting a little better now, and now that it's spread at Sarah, we have to wait till that comes under control.
I think it's a little better because of the lockdown. That's the problem. I think if they lift the lockdown, it could change. Yeah, I mean, Karnataka is completely locked down. Even cars can't go on the roads right now. So yeah, that's why it's getting better. If they take that out, it'll probably be the same problem again. So of the Westerners who are left in Boda, because most people have gone, half have had COVID now. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Half, and of that half, several have been seriously ill on oxygen in hospital. How about Kopan? I haven't heard since the outbreak. I don't know what happened with that. So Kopan, everyone is okay, and the last person in hospital has come back now. That was the ex-Omze. Most people were asymptomatic, and I did see. I saw New York Times. I saw a chart. I can talk because I have an hour to go, and sometimes people tune in because they want to know the news. Right. So by knowing the news, it puts in context because we're in a hotspot, and many people have this question: what's going on in Sarah? What's going on in Boda? What's going on in Nepal? So some people tune in just to listen to this. So it's okay. It's not a distraction. Then we go back to the practice. But I saw in New York Times today they were estimating how many Indians they really thought, how many people in India they really thought had had COVID and died.
Yeah.
And it was a huge difference. It was something like the best guess was around 15 to 20 times as many of the figures.
Right. Yeah.
Which would fit with Nepal also, that if they say
Right.
6 have died, probably 30,000 have died.
Right. Yeah.
And so we can see that because, I mean, you know, obviously a lot of people have been asymptomatic and that's why it spread so quickly.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, just something to think about. So I'm glad you guys are safe. And I heard this morning that His Holiness's temple in MacLeod Ganj is in containment.
I mean, in quarantine, or what do you mean containment?
That it's a hotspot. So many monks.
Okay. I mean, you mean there's been a outbreak there, or what do you mean?
There's a serious outbreak there. So they put it in.
Okay.
So people can't even walk within 100 meters of Namgyal Monastery now.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I'd heard about Dharmasala that there was, I think, a lot of the monks, Yume monks there. They were all sick.
And then Rumtek also. Now it's hitting the monasteries. It's interesting. Last year it didn't. This year it's hitting the monasteries.
Well, it's India in general. Last year India seemed to be spared somehow, and this year it's really gotten quite bad.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, so we've had a great life. Even I actually, you know. About a week ago, 10 days ago, there was an earthquake here.
Oh yeah,
about 3. Yeah, so I mean, I was shaken out of bed in the morning by the earthquake, and to be quite honest, I've been more worried about the earthquake than the virus. Because with the virus, you figure that even if you die, you'll have about 5, 6, 7 days. Whereas with the earthquake, it's like, oh sudden. Man, that's it, finished.
Right. Yeah, always got to be ready, right?
The earthquake one was more of a persuasion that you better at least start writing down a contact and what to do if you die, because the virus you think you've got time, but with an earthquake, no.
This Shantideva says, right? Neme nima dita bu seche sewamekyani. Today I have freedom from illness and no harm to myself, and I have abundance of food, but this life is momentary, and the body is like something on a loan.
I saw this post about Geshe Pema Sering, who passed away in Sergey, and apparently he used to say he'd been a teacher in Australia, Buddha House.
He passed away a few years ago.
Apparently he used to say the only thing a monk needs is a sack and a cord.
Yeah. For
to carry away the corpse.
Right. Yeah, that's all.
That's a good one. And you know, my room here, I'm like on about the 3rd or 4th floor. That's why the earthquake was shaking so much. And every night, early morning, there's the glow of the funeral pyres, and the acrid smoke comes into the room all night.
Oh yeah.
So we had 2 days of rain because of the cyclone, and so I didn't have to smell the smoke of burning corpses, but it will be back again tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's quite intense there.
So that's I'm sharing that with you also as kind of like a motivation if anyone else is like watching in, because that's the beauty of being in India, Nepal, isn't it? You really see it in front of you. You really see life and death and suffering.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you so much, and please take care, everybody. And we had really good times last year.
Thank you. Yeah, good luck there. And sure, we'll be in touch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, look, emptiness. I became part of the stupa. Okay, so good evening, everyone. And I am, my name is Sarah. So I think I signed up for 2 sessions. And I always sign up for these sessions just to help Venerable Damche, so he doesn't have to do 8 or 9 or 10 sessions. You know, I never sign up for these sessions because I think, oh, I'll be very good at doing this, or, you know, people want to listen. So I always assume that nobody's listening. And I'm just doing this myself. And I think, well, what will be the best thing to do? The best thing to do would be do the prayers that Rinpoche said, starting with motivation. And of course, you know, I don't want to look at myself. So I always think I'll find a good picture for people to look at, which right now is going to be this prayer wheel. So this is my lockdown buddy. And it was given to me incredibly kindly. It was given to me the day before the lockdown started. Not the day before it started. It was about a week before the lockdown started. It came from Singapore. It has 2 trillion. I don't know how many zeros that is. Might be a difference between English and American. 2 trillion Om Mani Padme Hum inside. So I will attempt to turn this as I'm reciting the mantra. And let's just see if we can have Rinpoche in the background. So I'll try and fix it so you can see Rinpoche in the background, the Lauda Lama, in his aspect as Lauda Lama, as I turn it. Yeah, and I think that's it. And then mostly I plan to do turning the prayer wheel and the mantra. I have no idea what you can see if you're looking on YouTube, if you can see 1 or 2 screens. No idea. Let me just check. What the whiz? Oh yeah, that's what the whiz kids hiding behind Thangtong Gyalpo's picture at Chenrezig Institute, who make everything happen so incredibly. That's what they're doing. Okay, and the other thing, in this morning I was telling people, because I actually session bombed. It was Venerable Damche's sessions, and I session bombed him as he was handing over, taking over from Venerable Dechen in Bendigo. And I was telling him, here in the Kathmandu Valley, when I go to the roof, which is 1 floor above, nice big flat roof, I can see, I don't know how many, but I think like at least like 20 major monastic institutions here in the valley, along with the great stupa, the pictures there. And so sometimes I just go up and I just put my hands together and just, you know, turn around and prostrate to all the holy objects that are here. And of course, the major holy object that is here is the most kind, holy, precious Guru, who is behind at Kopan Monastery, day and night doing prayers. Day and night doing prayers, you know, not needing to rest, sleep. And obviously, you know, when you there's never any thought for oneself, but only thinking about others, and everything's very easy. No distractions. So this session then is going to be also an offering to Rinpoche. Let me just see if I can get his photo more visible. Yeah. Okay, now you can see the Lauda Lama, which is much more interesting than myself. Okay, so I'm going to begin with reciting the motivation. Oh, I remember the one thing I wanted to say is His Holiness has asked us to do the Tara prayer, Tara mantra. So that was a very, very clear request. So I thought that this week I'd also do some Tara mantras at the end. So I'll start off with Om Mani Padme Hum, motivation. I'm going to read Rinpoche's motivation, and then the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, and then I'll do some tarot. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scriptures and realizations, principle of all those Aryas intending virtue, to the glorious holy Gurus, I go for refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve the state of elimination and development, Buddhahood, please bless me just like Chenrezig and Thangtong, to correctly follow the virtuous friend with pure thought and action. See whatever is done as pure, and accomplish whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes. That action and result are so profound, and the suffering of the evil gone transmigratory beings is so difficult to bear. And to therefore go for refuge from the depths of my heart to the three rare sublime ones. Abandon negative karma and accomplish virtue according to the Dharma. Independence upon that, even though I achieve merely the higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara due to being under the control of the unabandoned, disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, by reflecting well upon the way of cycling in samsara, please bless me to follow continuously day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method to be liberated from samsara. Dependence upon that, even though I achieve mere liberation, please bless me to see that there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my mother and father, and thinking I must fulfill the purpose, I turn away from the mind seeking the lower happiness of nirvana, generate the precious thought of enlightenment by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas, and so on. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, even though experiencing the sufferings of samsara for a long time will not upset me, please bless me by regarding sentient beings with extraordinarily unbearable compassion to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. By protecting my vows and samaya at the cost of my life, may I quickly accomplish the unified state of Vajradhara in just this one brief lifetime of degenerate times. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. Okay, so at this point, please bring to mind all the numberless sentient beings, the six realms. So on the one level right now, what we're doing is prayers for the pandemic and for the sickness, the economic problems, all the various different manifest sufferings to be cleared away, these very obvious sufferings in the human realms, very gross suffering of sickness and poverty and grief, death. But then on a larger scale, what we want to be praying for by reciting Om Mani Padme Hum and by generating thought of compassion and kindness, and wish to benefit all beings, and by following the Guru's advice like this, is we want to be praying for all the numberless sentient beings to be free from not just manifest suffering, the obvious suffering, but all sufferings and the cause of sufferings. So right down to the settlement of the mind that prevents us from achieving, all sentient beings achieving the state of omniscience. So first of all, we need to have this sense that all beings, being most precious and most kind, all being our mother and father numerous times. We have been their mother, father numerous times. And so in reality, although they seem so distant to us, but the 7 billion people on this planet, someone has always said, we're one family. And that extends to the animals, that extends to all the beings in all 6 realms. We're all related. So why just pray for 1, 2, 3 when you can pray for the numberless beings to be free? But at the same time, we get lost in numberless beings and forget to pray for the 1, 2, and 3. It's also a problem. So we have to have some kind of awareness that we're all equal. And we want suffering, we want happiness. And amongst happiness, there are all different levels of happiness. Obviously, the ultimate happiness, full enlightenment, is the best. And our happiness is not more important than others. In fact, it's less important because, by number, we are just one. And we think of the kindness of others. And we're just totally dependent on them in every way, everything. So then, determined to attain the greatest possible benefit, not just for all these sentient beings, but from all these sentient beings, because only dependence on the existence of the suffering, pitiful suffering, transmigratory beings, that we're able to generate compassion by achieve the state of enlightenment. So by remembering this, by seeing that they're more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, not just may we hold them most dear at all times, but we will hold them most dear at all times. And as a result of that, may I become a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes. And like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. I don't see any other way to fulfill that verse other than by achieving enlightenment. So it seems to me that that is an expression of the determination to achieve enlightenment. Why? So that we can become wish-fulfilling for all sentient beings, complete fulfilling all their hopes. And then, bodhisattva attitude, I give up my body, enjoyments and wealth, and even all virtues the 3 times, without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings. And I was saying about 10 days ago, there was an earthquake, so I almost had to give up everything then. It really makes you think. It really makes you think. By giving away all now, I will pass beyond suffering. And my mind, will achieve the non-abiding sorrowless state of omniscience. Since everything was given up all at once at death, it's best to now give it away to sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings, to use however they want for their happiness, even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on. Let them do whatever they like. Even if others play with my body, put me down and make fun of me, since I've already given this body to them, why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become the cause to accomplish their every success. May all those who say unpleasant things harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. May I become a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for those who have entered the path in all lifetimes, and a boat, ferry, and bridge for those who wish to cross over water. May I become an island for those seeking an island, light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want a servant. May I become a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase. Actualize knowledge mantras, a great medicine, a wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cloud for those beings. Like the four great elements, earth, air, fire, water, and space. May I always be the means of living in many ways with innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, in every realm of sentient beings, equaling the limitless sky, may I always be the cause of their means of living in every way until they attain the sorrowless state, as long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain. For as long may I remain dispelling the suffering of transmigratory beings. Yeah, so I think there is such enormous power in those words. And that's also something she has asked all of us to recite every day, at the beginning of the day, and contemplate as a motivation for life. And then she even said, during the day, also think about it. And she even said it would be good to put it to music and sing it, make it into a song people can sing, especially children can sing. To sing a song like that, can you imagine? Might be like the earth for sentient beings that they can use to make whatever they want, they can walk on, can build houses with. Might be like the air for sentient beings, the air that they use to breathe. Might be like water for sentient beings, quenching their thirst. May I be like the fire for sentient beings, keeping them warm. Cooking food, may I be like space for sentient beings, allowing them to move. Yeah, and now the great Bodhisattva, Mahasattva, this Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, beginning with the refuge, all sentient beings, my mothers were infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. Yeah. So whether we visualize sentient beings around us or not, they are around us. They are around us. They're always around us. Always there. Always surrounded by sentient beings. Numberless sentient beings. All different realms being born. Rushing through this life to death. Mostly distracted, transmigrating from realm to realm, seeking happiness, trying to avoid suffering, hoping to gain the things that will bring happiness, fearing to lose the things that will bring them happiness, fearing to be faced with suffering. All these sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha and Dharma and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. Go for refuge to empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. Go for refuge to empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. And so then visualizing Guru Buddha, Chenrezig, inseparable from our own gurus, Holiness Rinpoche, particular. And then also I recite the mantra, you can visualize nectars and light rays going out, filling the whole space, along with the sound of the mantra, and purifying all the suffering, cause of suffering, particularly those who are sick now, sick, dying, or died. And then using this prayer wheel, the 2 trillion Om prayer wheel. I have another prayer wheel actually in my hand. I think you can't see it because the grey screen or green screen, whatever it's called. So I'm turning that also. But it's a nice thing to visualize that along with this prayer wheel, every single prayer wheel in the world is spinning. So I think at Chenrezig there are some prayer wheels at Chenrezig, small ones and big ones. And then Bodh, of course, there are many, many prayer wheels. India, Nepal, America, so many places there are prayer wheels. So you can think as this prayer wheel turns all over the world, every single prayer wheel is spinning. And the syllables, which are the manifestation of Guru Chenrezig's holy speech, but of course that also means manifestation of Guru Chenrezig's holy mind. There's like magnetically drawing in, sucking in all the sufferings and cause of suffering of sentient beings, particularly that wrong views, and essential and the ignorance and the self-cherishing all gets sucked in, along with all the delusions, along with all the delusions which are the causes of suffering, along with the sufferings themselves. The sicknesses themselves all get sucked into the syllables, and they all transform into emptiness and coherent mind in Buddhas, and then they all, as the prayer continues turning, it's like they're thrown out as these powerful and dynamic laser beams that go from every syllable, every prayer wheel that's spinning in the world. And then these beams enter into sentient beings, and they bring all the qualities which amazes holy body, speech, and mind, and all beings become Chenrezig. Umani Pemina, 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 Money baby, 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 money baby. Money baby, 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 mon Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om. Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om. Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om. Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om. Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om. Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om. Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om. Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om. Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om. Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om, Mani Bami Om. Mani Bami Om, 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 Mani Bami Om. Om Mani Bami Om. I'm going to do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant. Not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Bame Om, Mani Bame Om, Mani Bame Om. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhammapatettas and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team. Ma Kyabje Lama Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. May the precious supreme enlightenment thought, not yet born, arise and grow. May that born have no decline, but increase forevermore. So now I'll do some Tara. Om Tare Tutare Teresa. Om Tare Tutare Teresa. Om Tare Tutare Sa. Om Tare Tutare Sa. Om Tare Tutare Sa. Om Tare Tutare Teresa. Tare Tutare Teresa. Om 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 Tare Ture. So now we're going to do the dedications and the long life prayers. Samsara Nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect, and dependent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary, and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities, the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Ajadara. So the next one is particularly for those who've died. And by the force, the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as a direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly applied by the victorious one. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty, existing from their own side. May the I, which is completely empty, existing from its own side, achieve a state of full enlightenment, completely empty, existing from its own side. Lead all sentient beings, completely empty, existing from their own side. That state, which is completely empty, existing from its own side. By myself alone, who completely empty, existing from its own side. As Hans around life. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then Kyabje Lama shares on life. Through illuminating all, your appearance dispels the darkness Your clear mind knows the 84,000 heaps of Dharma, the power of the remedy to the 84,000 delusions. Your proclaiming dependent arising itself is victorious in battle with the Maras. I worship the supremely kind, great Vajradhara on my crown, clarifying the scriptures and realizations, the teachings of the Muni. You spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they have not yet spread in the world. Having become an actual son of the conquerors, you bear hardships with patience. In your continuum is realization and perfection of wisdom, subtle dependent arising. Precious jewel, Lord possessing love and compassion, who liberates from seeing. Treasury of mastery, the all arising, interpretive and definitive scriptures, supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion. You guide all beings in the path to liberation. Perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please remain forever. She who protects from the fears the 3 times, Aryatara, please increase the lifespans and activities of the beings who preserve the holy Dharma and always without separation develop their spontaneous actions by the infallible deities of the 3 roots. May all be auspicious. Teshidele namaste.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
You're normally in a log cabin.
Sorry?
You're normally in a log cabin.
No, that was just a virtual screen.
Are you kidding me? I thought you were living in a nice log cabin in America.
Well, the Gompa, the meditation hall, is in a log cabin. So that photo is from the meditation hall. But today there's something else going on and I have to be in this room. So now I have a baby Bodhi tree behind me.
Oh, okay. Well, you can get enlightened under a baby Bodhi tree.
And you're sitting in front of Bodhi Stupa. I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I just stay here all the time, you know. I mean, why go home? It's always nighttime.
Sky's always
and
blue.
the prayer flags don't move.
Yeah. Sun is always shining.
Yeah, I wish. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Take care.
Yeah, take care.
Thank you so much. Okay, so let's start this next session of the prayerathon, reciting prayers and mantras for the benefit of all sentient beings, in particular those suffering from COVID right now, both those who are ill or those who have experienced hardship due to loss of jobs or loss of loved ones and so on and so forth. So there's many, many people all around the world, especially in India, Nepal, Brazil, and other countries who are really experiencing suffering right now. But all sentient beings, even the billionaires, the celebrities, the politicians, they have suffering too. The gods. So all sentient beings who are in samsara have some kind of suffering. And so it's good to really open our minds and open our hearts and really wish the best for all sentient beings and feel that we're doing this practice on behalf of all of them, that they may be free of their suffering and also the causes of suffering, the afflictive emotions in the mind, such as attachment, anger, ignorance, and so on, karma. So all the obscurations of the mind that prevent the mind from actualizing its true potential, liberation and enlightenment. So while doing the practice, it's helpful to imagine all sentient beings surrounding us. They're all in human form, but still experiencing the difficulties, the suffering they have in whatever realm they are in. Also good to remember they have all been our kind mothers and fathers. In our past lives, we have received an immeasurable amount of kindness from each and every sentient being. They have given birth to us, and fed us, raised us, protected us, taught us, provided for all of our needs, physical, emotional, spiritual. So it's only right that we now do something to repay their kindness. And this is the best thing that we can do. Aspiring to reach Buddhahood, enlightenment, so that we can help all of them emerge from samsara and reach enlightenment as well. So have that as the highest motivation, the highest aspiration for doing these practices. And also imagine in front Shakyamuni Buddha and all the other objects of refuge, all of our teachers, root gurus and lineage gurus, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the deities. So all of those who are completely dedicated to helping each and every one of us and all other sentient beings as well to emerge from suffering and reach enlightenment. So with that in mind, we begin the practice with the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and deities. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. This is the mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. And good to imagine Chenrezig above the head of each and every sentient being. So above your head and above the heads of all other sentient beings. Either the four-armed or the thousand-armed version of Chenrezig, doesn't matter. They're all the same nature. So they represent the compassion, the great, unconditional, pure compassion of all the enlightened beings, all the Buddhas, a passion which encompasses all sentient beings, not leaving out even a single sentient being. So connecting with Chenrezig helps us cultivate that same kind of compassion in our minds and have a mind that's completely open and soft, caring, gentle, kind towards each and every sentient being, really wanting to treat them with kindness, to relieve their suffering, to do whatever we possibly can to benefit them. And the best thing we can do is reaching enlightenment. So try to have that state of mind as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And you can think in particular of anyone who is suffering right now, or sick, or dying, or maybe has recently died. So think in particular of them, and again imagine the Chenrezig above their heads, and imagine all sentient beings reciting the mantra along with us. And that way they get the benefit along with us. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Now let's recite the mantra of Tara. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has recommended that practice for this problem of COVID. So you can again imagine Tara, visualize Tara be in the space in front of us. And you can imagine the 21 other Taras around her as well. And light flowing from Tara into each and every one of us and all sentient beings. She's like a mother looking after her children, seeing all sentient beings like a good mother lovingly looking after her children. So she's just so happy to help us, to be of help to us. So imagine her joyful, loving, caring energy pouring into us and all other sentient beings. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. 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 Om Om Tara Tutari Turi Soha. And now the mantra of Black Manjushri, which is also very good against diseases. Om Draza Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam. Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so Om Trasa Juza Dirtis Dermis in the name of Chocolate, Zakam Shamdam Baby, so now the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo's. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the dedication verses from Shantideva's Bodhicharyavatara. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain a notion of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests, and may all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick or ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, especially COVID, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. Okay, so now general dedication prayers. So remember all the sentient beings sitting around us, their suffering, their wish to be free of suffering, their wish to be happy, their ability, potential to be happy, all the different kinds of happiness up to the highest happiness of enlightenment. We really wish that we could do whatever we possibly can to bring this about. So we're dedicating our merits to all of them, to all kind mother sentient beings. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realized things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone of the 3 times, so I might perform good works. Due to all these merits, may all the father and mother sentient beings have all happiness, and may all the lower realms be empty forever. Wherever there are bodhisattvas, may all their prayers be accomplished immediately. May I cause all this by myself alone. Due to all the merit accumulated in the 3 times by myself and others, may those beings who merely see, hear, remember, touch, or talk to me be freed in that very second from all their sufferings and abide in happiness forever. Whatever suffering sentient beings experience, may it ripen on me. Whatever merit and its resulting happiness I have accumulated, may others experience it. And then the long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the holder of the lotus, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. And then the long life prayer for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And finally, to ensure that our merits are not lost, but remain firm, steadfast until enlightenment, we dedicate with the understanding of emptiness. So by these merits, which are empty of existing inherently, independently from their own side, may the I, who is empty of existing inherently, independently from its own side, quickly reach enlightenment, which is empty, existing inherently, independently from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are also empty of existing inherently from their own side to that state of enlightenment as well. Okay. Hello.
Hello. Hello, Venerable Sangye Kadro, and I'm happy to meet you here. and now is the French moment.
Okay.
Because I will speak in French. I'm from Paris, Kalachakra Center, you know.
Yes, I know. I've met you.
Yes, I know, you know.
Long time.
Yes. And then, okay.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. See you next time.
Yeah,
okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Eh bien voilà, donc on va commencer cette pratique en français. Donc bonjour à tout le monde. Je vois qu'on est toujours aussi nombreux, donc c'est une bonne chose. On a eu la chance d'apercevoir à court moment quand même Sangye Kadro. Je ne sais pas si vous la connaissiez, mais en tout cas, c'est une...
Je l'ai vue à Saint-Côme. J'ai suivi une retraite avec elle à Saint-Côme. Ouais.
C'est une grande personne, et
ouais.
donc on partage des choses ensemble apparemment, donc c'est très bien. Moi, je suis très, très heureux d'arriver après elle. Et donc, on va faire cette pratique pour la guérison de la pandémie. Et donc, je vais faire le partage d'écran en espérant que j'y arrive bien. Oui, probablement. Voilà. Donc, on va commencer cette demi-heure tout de suite. Et donc, avec la motivation qui ne nous quitte pas, celle de vouloir absolument essayer de faire ce que nous pouvons pour stopper cette pandémie qui se répand et qui fait des ravages au niveau des vies humaines, au niveau des épreuves que les gens ont à surmonter par rapport aux difficultés que cela cause, que ce soit des difficultés de santé, des difficultés économiques, donc des problèmes d'existence même, et tout ça dû à cette énergie qui se répand, cette énergie de négativité, ce karma négatif qui se répand, qui touche tout le monde, parce que en chacun de nous, il y a une partie des causes qui ont mûri. Eh bien, nous y mettons notre bonne volonté, notre bonne motivation pour essayer de faire en sorte que grâce à cette prière, grâce à la compassion de Chenrezig qu'on va invoquer, eh bien que ça génère chez les êtres, en tout cas au moins chez nous c'est le cas, une énergie positive contraire, et nous espérons qu'elle se répande le plus possible pour que petit à petit, eh bien, le monde soit débarrassé de cette pandémie. Et donc on va tout de suite faire la méditation des 4 pensées incommensurable, comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'il demeure dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puissent-ils les obtenir? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puissent-ils en être libérés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et donc, ayant généré cette pensée profonde, cette pensée donc de bodhicitta, de faire générer en nous cette bodhicitta qui veut le bien des êtres et sauver tous les êtres, et bien maintenant, nous appelons à l'aide Chenrezig et nous lui demandons de nous aider. Donc, on commence par la visualisation au-dessus de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres existants dans tout l'espace. Il y a un lotus blanc et un disque de lune. Sur le disque de lune, la lettre Ri, et de cette lettre apparaît le noble Chenrezig. Chenrezig est blanc, il est lumineux, il diffuse des rayons de lumière des 5 couleurs. Son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion. Vraiment, c'est vraiment le regard d'une mère qui regarde son enfant. De ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes et les 2 autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements précieux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule et le Bouddha de lumière infinie, Amitabha, le Bouddha Amitabha couronne sa tête. Il est assis, ses 2 jambes sont dans la posture adamantine, c'est-à-dire il est dans la posture du Vajra complet, et il est adossé contre une lune immaculée. Et donc nous pouvons l'imaginer tel qu'il est, et vraiment pour nous et pour tous, il représente l'essence de tous les refuges. C'est le refuge parfait auquel nous pouvons nous adresser dans ces périodes difficiles et troubles pour continuer à être guidés sur la bonne voie. Et donc là, on va passer à la récitation de la prière en faisant le partage d'écran qui fonctionne vraiment. Voilà, pour que ce soit plus lisible. Donc maintenant, nous prenons refuge. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et maintenant que nous avons pris refuge dans Lama Chenrezig qui est au-dessus de nous et de tous les êtres, nous allons réciter son mantra. On va commencer par réciter un mala et après on passera à la prière. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. 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 Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Omani Pame. Omani Pame, Om. Maintenant, nous passons à la récitation de la prière. Donc, on va réciter une strophe et on dira quelques mantras et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puis dédicace et prières être pleinement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Et donc nous repartons depuis le début. Nous avons le temps de refaire une session complète avec les mantras et la prière. Donc nous nous adressons à Chenrezig, que nous visualisons au-dessus de notre tête. Il est toujours là et donc il écoute notre requête. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Omani Pemeu, 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 Omani Pemeu. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Omani Pemeu, 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 Omani Pemeu. Puissent toutes les souffrances, dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Omani Pemeu, 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 Omani Pemeu. Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être immédiatement exaucées. Omani Pemeu, 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 Omani Pemeu. Et donc la prière, nous l'avons récitée 2 fois correctement. Donc maintenant, on va pouvoir passer aux dédicaces. Puisse le joyeux suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres sans exception à cet état d'éveil. grâce au mérite des 3 temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas et les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés, et puisse la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun, puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps, et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créé par moi-même, au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissé-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et enfin, la prière de longue vie de Sa Sainteté le Dalai Lama. Gari rawe kawe chinkam di pendang dewa manu jongwene Chenrezig tenzi nyatso ni shape site pardo tenyu chik. Et la prière de longue vie pour Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant et soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de Lama Tsongkhapa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accompli par la force de vos excellentes aspirations qui rendent hommage aux 3 rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et voilà, nous avons pour ce soir également terminé cette belle pratique et on se revoit bientôt. Également, hello Tupten Dolma. Now the French bonsoir. French time is finished. Now it's you and see you again. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Merci.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Merci. Merci. Au revoir.
Au revoir. So, dann begrüße ich alle Deutschsprachigen, beziehungsweise diejenigen, wenn jemand kein Deutsch spricht, der oder die so mit meditieren möchte. Die nächste Sitzung machen wir eben auf Deutsch. Mein Name ist Tuppen Römer, ich bin in Deutschland in der Nähe von München. Begrüße alle recht herzlich hier auf Zoom oder auf YouTube. Vielen Dank fürs Mitmachen. Dieser Gebetsmarathon steht unter dem Motto, wir wollen die Welt heilen. Und ja, wie stelle ich das denn an, wenn ich keine große Virologin, keine Ärztin, keine Wissenschaftlerin bin? Wir machen es durch die Kraft der Gebete. Diese Gebete sind extrem wirkungsvoll. Mittlerweile gibt es auch diverse wissenschaftliche Untersuchungen dazu über Wirksamkeit von Gebeten. Das ist aber nur ein Aspekt unserer Praxis. Der andere Aspekt ist, indem wir praktizieren, indem wir Liebe und Mitgefühl entwickeln für alle Wesen, verändern wir unser Bewusstsein, wir verändern unsere Einstellung und wir arbeiten an unserer Selbstbezogenheit. Covid, der Anlass für diesen Gebetsmarathon, ist ein Virus. Aber dieser Virus und diese Krankheit, die entsteht nicht einfach so. Es ist eine Auswirkung unseres gemeinsamen Karmas. Und zwar unseres negativen Karmas. Und wenn ich als einzelne Person in einer Gruppe von Dharma-Praktizierenden an meinem Bewusstsein arbeite, wenn ich meine Verblendungen reduziere, wenn ich meine Qualitäten entwickle, dann habe ich einen großen Einfluss auf andere. Ich kann vielleicht kein Heilmittel gegen die Krankheit entwickeln, aber wenn ich meine eigene Selbstbezogenheit überwinde, wenn ich andere in den Mittelpunkt stelle, anstelle mich selbst, dann bin ich eine große Inspiration für andere. Allein schon, wenn ich andere anlächle, wenn ich andere wahrnehme, wenn ich mich für sie interessiere, sie wertschätze, ihnen Respekt entgegenbringe. Das hilft anderen ungemein. Jeder von uns möchte gesehen werden, möchte akzeptiert sein. Und das kann ich jedem Einzelnen geben. Und ich kann eine Person respektieren, sie wertschätzen als Person, auch wenn sie Eigenschaften an den Tag legt, Handlungen zeigt, die ich ablehne, die ich als negativ und schädlich betrachte, in dem Sinne, dass sie Leid hervorrufen, dass sie anderen schaden. Dennoch kann ich diese Person wertschätzen, weil ich weiß, dass diese Person so handelt aufgrund ihrer Verblendungen. Und indem ich meine eigenen Verblendungen reduziere, kann ich positiv auf andere einwirken. Und deswegen praktiziere ich. Und dann stelle ich mir um mich herum alle Wesen vor. Das ist oftmals eine abstrakte Vorstellung. Ich beginne mit konkreten Personen, die mir nahestehen, die ich gern habe. Partner, Familie, Freunde. Aus ganzem Herzen wünsche ich ihnen, mögest du glücklich sein, möge es dir gut gehen, mögest du dich wohlfühlen. Und ich stelle mir vor, wie alles Bedrückende, alles Negative von ihnen abfällt und sie wirklich dieses Glück empfangen, dieses Wohlbefinden. Dann stelle ich mir diejenigen vor, die ich vielleicht persönlich kenne, die krank sind, die an Covid leiden oder anderen Krankheiten. Diejenigen, die einsam sind in dem Pflegeheim, weil sie so wenig Besuch empfangen dürfen. Auch diejenigen, die gesund sind, die einsam sind, weil sie nicht mehr so viel sich mit anderen treffen können, vielleicht nicht wirklich wissen, wie sie ihre Zeit sinnvoll ausnutzen können. Und jeden einzelnen von ihnen wünsche ich, mögest du glücklich sein. Möge es dir gut gehen. Mögest du dich wohlfühlen. Und ich bin mir gewiss, dass all das bei ihnen ankommt, dass in ihnen ein Gefühl des Wohlbefindens entsteht. Und dann stelle ich mir diejenigen vor, die frustriert sind, die mit der Situation überfordert sind, die zornig sind, die nicht mehr willens sind, Regeln einzuhalten, leichtsinnig sind, vielleicht auch rücksichtslos sind. Und warum handeln sie so? Sie wollen einfach nur glücklich sein. Aber es ist tragisch, weil sie nicht die richtigen Strategien anwenden. Und aus ganzem Herzen wünsche ich ihnen, mögest du glücklich sein. Möge es dir gut gehen. Mögest du dich wohlfühlen. Und dann kann ich mir vorstellen, mir ins Gedächtnis rufen, was habe ich heute gemacht? Welche anderen Menschen habe ich getroffen? Vielleicht war ich einkaufen, vielleicht war ich spazieren, habe Leute gesehen. Und wie wäre es, wenn ich, immer wenn ich jemanden sehe, die Person tatsächlich wahrnehme und ihr genau das wünsche? Mögest du glücklich sein. Möge es dir gut gehen. Mögest du dich wohlfühlen. Und dann stelle ich mir im Raum vor mir Buddha Shakyamuni vor. Er sitzt auf einem vollerblühten Lotus, einer Mond- und einer Sonnenscheibe. Er hat einen goldenen Körper, strahlend, ein Körper aus Licht. Er lächelt mich liebevoll an. Und ich weiß, dass Buddha Shakyamuni einmal genau wie ich war. Er hatte die gleichen Schwierigkeiten, die gleichen Hindernisse, die gleiche Motivation, die gleichen Ziele. Und er hat nie aufgegeben. Er hat immer weiter praktiziert. Er hat alles in die Tat umgesetzt. Großes Mitgefühl für jedes einzelne Wesen. Große Liebe für jedes einzelne Wesen. Er hat erkannt, dass nichts unabhängig ist, dass nichts aus sich selbst heraus besteht, sondern dass alles miteinander verbunden ist, dass alles ein abhängiges Entstehen ist. Das eigene Ich, die andere Person, jeder Gegenstand, jede Handlung. Und das hat ihn frei gemacht. So konnte er alle Verblendungen überwinden und durch das große Mitgefühl und die große Liebe ist er zum Buddha geworden. Er hat alles Negative überwunden, alle Qualitäten zur Vollkommenheit gebracht. Und deswegen ist er meine Zuflucht. Ich flüchte mich aus dem Leid, aus einem Dasein, das nie zufriedenstellen kann. hin zu einem Zustand des fortwährenden Glücks. Und dann stelle ich mir vor, dass gemeinsam mit allen Wesen, die um mich herum sind, wir zu Buddha Shakyamuni Zuflucht nehmen. Alle fühlenden Wesen, meine Mütter, die so zahlreich sind wie der Raum unendlich weit, nehmen Zuflucht zum kostbaren Guru Buddha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Alle fühlenden Wesen, meine Mütter, die so zahlreich sind wie der Raum unendlich weit, nehmen Zuflucht zum kostbaren Guru Buddha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Alle fühlenden Wesen, meine Mütter, die so zahlreich sind wie der Raum unendlich weit, nehmen Zuflucht zum kostbaren Guru Buddha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Und dann kommen vom Herzen von Buddha Shakyamuni Licht und Nektarstrahlen und füllen meinen eigenen Körper und den Körper jedes einzelnen Wesens um mich herum. Und durch dieses Licht und diesen Nektar empfangen wir den Segen von Buddha Shakyamuni, und dieser Segen befähigt uns, all das zu praktizieren und all das zu realisieren, was er realisiert hat. Und dann kommt Buddha Shakyamuni über unsere Scheitelkrone, wird immer kleiner, löst sich auf in Licht und geht ein in meinen eigenen Körper. Mein Körper löst sich auf in Licht und mein Bewusstsein wird eins mit dem erleuchteten Bewusstsein. Und dieses erleuchtete Bewusstsein nimmt dann wieder die Gestalt von Buddha Shakyamuni an. Ich selbst werde zu Buddha Shakyamuni. In meinem Herzen ist eine Mondscheibe und auf dieser Mondscheibe im Kreis die Silben des Mantras Om Mani Padme Hum. Wenn wir das Om Mani Padme Hum Mantra rezitieren, gehen vom eigenen Körper in der Gestalt von Buddha Shakyamuni Licht- und Nektarstrahlen aus und treffen auf jedes einzelne Lebewesen. Und jedes einzelne Lebewesen ist dadurch in der Lage, zu erkennen, dass dieses Dasein unzufriedenstellend ist, dass dieses Dasein in der Natur von Leid ist, dass das Dharma das Gegenmittel ist, dass das, was uns krank macht, die Verblendungen sind, aufgrund derer wir handeln, das negative Karma erschaffen und dadurch wiederum Leid erfahren. Und die Ursache der Verblendungen ist das Greifen nach Eigenständigkeit. Dieses Greifen danach, dass Dinge unabhängig sind. Dass ich selbst unabhängig, eigenständig bin, die andere Person, Gegenstände, Umgebung, Handlung. Das Erkennen durch diesen Licht- und Nektarstrahlen erkennen das alle Wesen, überwinden die Verblendungen, entwickeln alle positive Qualitäten und werden letztendlich selbst zu Buddhas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Alle Ängste, alle Sorgen, alle Kümmernisse, Verzweiflung, Einsamkeit wird vollständig überwunden und alle Wesen sind erfüllt von einer tiefen Zuversicht, von einer auf Fakten begründeten Hoffnung und auf einer Selbstsicherheit, dass sie in der Lage sind, alles zum Positiven zu wenden und Negatives zu bereinigen. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Aller Ärger, Rücksichtslosigkeit, Unachtsamkeit, Selbstbezogenheit ist vollständig überwindet und alle Wesen sind erfüllt von Harmonie, von einem Gefühl der Zugehörigkeit und liebevoller Zuneigung zueinander. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Alles negative Karma, alle Verblendungen sind vollständig bereinigt und alle Wesen erfahren fortwährendes Glück. Und dann sprechen wir dreimal das Gebet von Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt. so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, so wie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, so wie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Möge wer den kostbaren, höchsten Erleuchtungsgeist noch nicht entwickelt hat, ihn entwickeln, und wer ihn entwickelt hat, ihn nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Möge wer die kostbare, höchste Erkenntnis der Leerheit noch nicht entwickelt hat, sie entwickeln, und wer sie entwickelt hat, sie nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Wie viele kranke Wesen es auch gibt, mögen sie rasch befreit sein von aller Krankheit. Mögen alle Krankheiten der wandernden Wesen ohne Ausnahme niemals wieder auftreten. In allen meinen Leben niemals getrennt von den vollkommenen Gurus, möge ich das herrliche Dharma genießen. Und durch die Vollendung der Qualitäten der Stufen und Pfade möge ich rasch den Zustand Vajradharas erreichen. So wie Erde, Wasser, Feuer und Wind, Medizin und die Bäume im Wald, möge ich immer genutzt werden von den fühlenden Wesen, so wie sie es sich wünschen, ohne Widerstand. Möge ich fühlende Wesen so stark wertschätzen wie mein eigenes Leben. Mögen fühlende Wesen mich wertschätzen. Möge alle negatives Karma an mir reifen und mögen alle meine Verdienste ihnen zukommen. Der mutige Manjushri und Samantabhadra sahen, wie es ist. Um ihnen zu folgen, widme ich ebenso alle heilsamen Aktivitäten auf beste Weise. So wie die siegreichen Buddhas aller 3 Zeiten dem widmeten, was als das Höchste gepriesen, so widme auch ich alle Wurzeln des Heilsam ganz dem edlen Bodhisattva-Verhalten. Durch alle Verdienste der 3 Zeiten, angesammelt von mir, dem Buddhas, Bodhisattvas und allen Wesen, möge von jetzt an, welche Handlung auch immer ich ausführe, welche Erfahrungen auch immer ich mache, Höhen und Tiefen, Glück oder Leid, Gesundheit oder Krankheit, Gewinn oder Verlust, Reichtum oder Armut, Lob oder Kritik, Leben oder Tod, sogar Wiedergeburt in den Höllen, was auch immer mir geschieht, mögen alle Erfahrungen in meinem Leben höchst nutzbringend sein, und indem ich selbst Erleuchtung erlange, möge ich alle Wesen dazu bringen, so rasch wie möglich die Erleuchtung zu erlangen. Solange wie der Raum besteht, solange wie es lebende Wesen gibt, so lange möge auch ich verweilen und ihr Leid zum Aufhören bringen. Und dann aus ganzem Herzen wünschen wir, dass alle unsere Lehrer, beginnend mit seiner Heiligkeit dem Dalai Lama, der unser aller Lehrer ist, mit Lama Zopa Rinpoche und mit allen unseren Lehrern, mögen sie ein langes, gesundes und stabiles Leben haben. Mögen wir in der Lage sein, sie oft zu treffen, noch persönlich wieder, um Belehrungen und Anweisungen von ihnen zu erhalten, sodass wir alles gut umsetzen können und so werden wie sie. Dann bedanke ich mich recht herzlich bei denjenigen, die in den Deutschsprachigen dabei waren und bei allen anderen, den vielen Menschen, die in den 24 Stunden hier praktizieren. And then I hand over to the Italian group. Agatha, hope
Hi.
you are well.
Hi.
Okay, then goodbye.
Goodbye.
Have a good session.
Also for you, good week. Thank you. Buongiorno, buonasera a tutti. Sono Agatha del centro Ciucciolin di Polava, un centro fondato da Geshe Totten tanti anni fa. Ok, iniziamo subito perché è una pratica molto molto importante. Allora facciamo la respirazione in 9 cicli, chiudendo la narice. Mettiamo la mano destra nella postura del Vajra in 7 punti. E chiudiamo la narice destra e ispiriamo con la narice sinistra per 3 volte. E quando ispiriamo, degluttiamo e cerchiamo di trattenere il respiro per qualche secondo. Poi inspiriamo in modo molto con tanta intensità, in modo da espellere tutta l'aria. Durante l'ispirazione immaginiamo che l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, entra dentro di noi e anche le realizzazioni di tutti gli esseri illuminati e la chiara luce. E visualizziamo che questa energia è di colore bianco e l'assorbiamo dentro di noi. Quando espiriamo, visualizziamo il respiro di colore nero e pensiamo che tutte le oscurazioni, le afflizioni, le sofferenze, il dolore, tutto quello che ci preoccupa, e la paura, tutto ciò che è indesiderato, il karma negativo, eccetera, esce dal nostro corpo e viene mandato lontano, lontano. Facciamo questa pratica per 3 volte ispirando dalla narice sinistra, poi cambiamo e ispiriamo con la narice destra e poi lo facciamo con tutte e 2 le narici. Ok, cominciamo. Cambiamo narice. Adesso con tutte e due. Adesso pensiamo alla motivazione, il motivo che ci ha condotto fino a qui adesso, nonostante tante difficoltà, ostacoli, interferenze di tutti i tipi. Siamo qui e ora a fare la pratica insieme perché sappiamo bene dal profondo del nostro cuore che è la scelta giusta, è la cosa più giusta da fare in questo momento, perché questa pratica è incredibilmente potente, che uno non si immagina neanche quanto lo sia, perché continua ripetutamente questa maratona da tante settimane e senza nessuna interferenza. Pensiamo principalmente a tutte le persone che comunque sono ancora molto malate di Covid e muoiono in India, Nepal, Brasile e altri stati. La buona notizia è che Gishpende adesso mi ha detto che stanno arrivando veramente tanti vaccini anche in India da parte dell'America, quindi l'emergenza rientrerà ancora una volta anche là. Però nonostante queste premesse, noi cerchiamo di essere molto consapevoli che la pandemia è una sofferenza marginale, pensiamo alla sofferenza di tutti gli esseri ed è per questo motivo che noi dobbiamo cercare di avere bene impressa nella mente la motivazione più importante, che è quella di pensare alla bodhicitta. Io voglio raggiungere l'illuminazione nel più breve tempo possibile per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. Questo significa trasformarsi, avere coraggio, determinazione e forza per farlo, non avere dubbi e continuare alla grande. Questa è una pratica molto importante da sottolineare più e più volte al giorno. Magari siamo stanchi oppure abbiamo dubbi o questo, quello. La bodhicitta, ecco, cerchiamo di ricordare sempre comunque la bodhicitta e il fatto che la bodhicitta è anche affiancata, legata alla vacuità e perché no, allegria, beatitudine, cercare di stare ogni giorno meglio e volersi molto bene. Queste sono le basi per poter continuare a fare questo percorso così tanto potente che aiuterà veramente noi stessi e tutti gli altri.
Quindi con la mente rivolta alla bodhicitta leggiamo la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea di Guru, delle divinità di meditazioni e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea di Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Visualizziamo ora Chenrezig sopra il nostro capo, che emana raggi di luce e va a fare, che vanno a portare offerte a tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva. Poi la luce va da tutti gli esseri senzienti dei 6 reami e li purifica, li aiuta, li guarisce. La luce poi rientra dentro il suo cuore e noi riceviamo una pioggia di benedizione attraverso la corona, attraverso il chakra della corona. Cerchiamo ancora una volta, più volte durante questa pratica, di rigioire, di essere veramente felici di essere qua e ora, perché stiamo facendo veramente un buon lavoro e un'ottima pratica di squadra in tutto il mondo, di tutto il mondo, proprio perché siamo uno, ricordiamocelo bene, siamo tutti fratelli, come dice Valentino, no? Come siamo tutti fratelli, siamo qua a scuola di unità. Ok, allora leggiamo la preghiera. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie dei buddhas, degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie occulte croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, delle malattie dei bhuttas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 400 malattie e così via, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Visualizziamo ora Chenrezig che si assorbe dentro di noi completamente. Il nostro corpo diventa di un unico sapore con Chenrezig e visualizziamo il nostro Guru Radice che è seduto nel cuore sopra un fiore di loto, sole e luna, seduto col viso rivolto verso fuori, e che rigioisce ed è felicissimo per la pratica che noi stiamo facendo. E la luce esce attraverso i pori della nostra pelle e va a liberare, purificare e guarire tutti gli esseri senzienti dei serreami. E pensiamo che come vengono toccati, inondati da questa meravigliosa energia di luce, si trasformano a loro volta in Chenrezig e librano come degli uccelli nel cielo verso la terra pura di Aknishta. E quindi la luce poi rientra dentro il nostro cuore e riempie completamente tutto il nostro corpo, parole e mente, e in questo modo a nostra volta siamo completamente purificati. Quindi cerchiamo di visualizzare così mentre recitiamo la preghiera. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione del Guru, dei 3 Rari Supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru, dei 3 Rari Supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei Guru, dei 3 Re Supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle strofe di dedica. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa e effetto e l'origine dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezioni. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Pensiamo a tutti gli operatori sanitari, le infermiere, i dottori e tutti quelli che lavorano negli ospedali, nelle case di riposo, gli educatori che stanno facendo degli sforzi sovrumani per aiutare le persone. Om mani per me, 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 in particolare in India. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Pensiamo agli insegnanti delle scuole. Om mani per me, perché possano trovare le parole giuste per crescere senza problemi tutti gli studenti e cercare di dare loro speranza, coraggio e determinazione. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Adesso visualizziamo che la luce incredibile di Chenrezig entra in tutte le prigioni del mondo e spalanca le porte e libera tutte le celle. In questo modo sono purificati e scontano il loro karma negativo. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Om mani per me, om mani per me, om mani per me, om mani per me, om mani per me. Pensiamo a tutte le guerre che ci sono nel mondo affinché tutti i politici possano cercare di ragionare e eliminare qualsiasi tipo di ostilità da entrambe le parti. Om mani per me, 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 soprattutto in Tibet. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Om mani per me, 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 om mani per me. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dai guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure un secondo, da puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. possiamo, io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi, ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi, delle supreme beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato da tutti gli esseri senzienti, esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo io dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, dei re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei 2 tipi di meriti e dei 3 tempi, di me stesso e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possono i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, i tuoi discepoli. Per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie di tutto, grazie veramente di cuore di essere qua e ci vediamo la prossima settimana.
Grazie, ciao.
Ciao Laura.
Ciao.
Ciao, hello Dancho.
Hello, Venerable Agatha. Lovely to see you again. Thank you, everyone who joined Agatha in her session. It's always, a joy. I keep saying it, but coming in and having a lovely energy. When we take over from Mother Sangha, it's always nice and always smiles, and it really is. It's a wonderful thing to come into. So thank you very much indeed. I hope you're all well, and I look forward to seeing you again next week.
Yes.
And keep safe and keep healthy.
Also for you.
Thank you very much
ciao.
indeed. Ciao, ciao. And let's have a look. Where are we? I've got here Linda. Hello, Linda. Hello, Lars. Hello, Chenrezig Institute. Who I've got with me at Chenrezig today. Ooh, they're shy today. Anyway, thank you very much for hosting us so diligently for the last, what are we now, 45 odd weeks. And was it Linda? Yes. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful experience, this prayer-a-thon. And you would think we're growing tired of it, when we do things too many times. But if anything, I think everybody is growing, growing within as individuals. The Sangha, we definitely are. We're growing as a community. We're growing with the community that joins us online and those that we keep in touch with, within our own communities. I think that's one of the benefits of tech this time around. There are many occasions where technology is not necessarily our friend. Too much surveillance, too much this. But I think throughout COVID, tech was used wisely in many ways and made sure that people could stay in touch. And that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And Yes, so on a happy note, I'm also a bit, those who seen the schedule. So Frank, where have you been all day? Well, I just spent a couple of hours with the dog down the beach, which was really nice. Sunshine. Unfortunately, there was too much of a queue at the ice cream parlor, so I had to skip that one. Well, attachment, isn't it? Anyway, so just take a moment and settle the mind and take a few deep breaths. And just enjoy, the peace and quiet within. If you're fortunate enough that the sun is shining on you, after a long period of cold and wet, that's quite soothing. And when you're out, when it's raining, look at it as, blissful nectar from the Buddha, sending his nectar bliss to us. And also to wash away all negative karma. And if the sun is shining, just feel the warmth and the comfort and the joy. And again, think about it as, how the sun burns away negative karma and delusions, but also, that revitalizing energy that comes with it. Sometimes even after a long, hot day in the sun, we welcome a refreshing shower when we get caught in it. So, we shouldn't judge one too harshly. Too much sun and we get burned. Too much rain and, hey, our crop don't grow. So nice balance to look at both of them, but look at them as blessings. My grandfather always used to say, when I tried to avoid helping him in the garden when it was raining, most of the rain falls somewhere else. Here's your jacket. Now get on with it. I don't think he was happy when I turned the potatoes the wrong way down. We had to dig up the field again. So he was not chuffed, but there you go. I was only, 7? But yeah, wonderful memories. So if you think about why we're here, what our motivation is to be here, we may be here because we're following the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche to take part in this prayerathon or lead the prayerathons as we do a Sangha, so that we can combat the pandemic and benefit sentient beings who have been affected by the pandemic. We may be here to just join in a communal practice, which is also very nice, especially as we were unable to go to our centers for such a long time. And while it's a different feel, for whatever reason, we managed to keep a friendly energy flowing, despite the technology, and an inclusive energy, I hope. And so you may also be here because you have been affected by COVID, either directly or indirectly. Maybe family members who were taken ill or passed on. You may have been looking after them. You may have been yourself affected by it, taken ill. Maybe suffer some consequences afterwards. You may have been caring for the sick at the front line. I just found it very overwhelming, the volume, particularly at the beginning. You may have been affected by other consequences of the pandemic: job security, loss of income, reduced income. Maybe, the bills are now piling up and you wonder, God, what will happen afterwards? Will I be able to catch up? And that can be heavy. You may be facing loss of your home. So there's so many aspects of the pandemic that we don't always necessarily think about. We think about sick people only, but the consequences are so far-reaching across the board. And also the mental effects, Not everybody cope well with being suddenly isolated, not being able to do all the things they used to do. When we locked up, as a family for a prolonged period, we don't always hold back. We might vent our anger and frustration, but it's our anger and frustration. We tend to take it out on those around us. We sometimes expect them to understand. And if they don't, we even get angrier. Don't you see my situation? But likewise from the other side, we're going, why are you shouting at me? So we respond to that. We might become resentful. And it's very easy to misunderstand one another. There are those that can talk about the problems and those who keep it inside. I think that's quite a classic difference between, if we keep it generally stereotypical, the way men and women communicate. But that's part of, cultural upbringing. The men don't tend to talk much, try to hold it in, feel like they have to protect the family, so they may suffer in silence. I'm not saying that women don't do either, but we sometimes just have to appreciate, we deal with situations in different ways. And sometimes we just can sit there and be there for when we're being, when we need it, for when people let us in. How often have we tried to be helpful in a forceful way? We have been met with resistance. Then it's so easy to turn around and think, God, that person is so ungrateful, I'm trying to help. I can see what's wrong, but until that other person is ready, there's not much we can do. Classic, example for those who are alcohol and substance abusers. Until they're ready to change, it's very often difficult to get through. And the more we push, the more resistance we receive. So we have to learn patience. We also have to appreciate that it's okay to ask for help. And it's also okay to just hold back the help until it is actually needed and requested. But either position doesn't want to suffer, doesn't want to be blamed, thought of, or spoken about badly, treated badly. And often these situations arise because of our ignorance by not understanding the other person's position. Anger that arises because we're not being understood when maybe we should be listening. Or the fear of being seen as weak for asking. Either way, none of us want to suffer. We all want happiness that is free from suffering. We want this happiness to be long-lasting. We want to be happy for those close to us. Usually starts within the friends, family. We also know if there's a happy team at work, we enjoy going to work, so we want them to be happy. If our communities wider are happy, if our countries are happy, our petitions are happy, society's happy, if the world is happy, what a nice place it all would be if we all just would be happy. If you visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, If you had initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru deity in the space in front, above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with compassion. And if you do not wish to engage in deities, then please just visualize a clear light in the space in front, above the crown of your head. And let that light be filled with great love and compassion. And while we have the image of the Guru deity in the space in front, let's just take a moment and reaffirm our motivation of why we're here, is to help sentient beings. Let's acknowledge our community, our gurus, and set bodhicitta motivation. I'm just going to do that with reciting 4 verses from the King of Prayers. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind may we practice together in the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Though it sometimes seems a bit much, let's also remember what Shantideva said. May I be the doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse for all sick beings in the world, until everyone is healed. If you visualize now light emanating from our Guru in all 10 directions, and each light beam finds one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are. They might be sitting right next to us, or at the furthest corners of the universe. We're not just confining ourselves to this realm, we'll be looking through all the 6 realms. As we wish all beings to be enlightened, we may visualize them all in human form. And the purifying light nectar enters those beings through the crown of their heads. And as the nectar enters, each atom is being cleansed of negative karma and delusion, atom by atom, and the spaces between those atoms. And as we feel the purifying nectar taking effect, lightening our burden of negative karma, allowing us to stretch again, maybe walk tall again, release all the pegs that come down from carrying heavy loads, feeling refreshed, We wish the same for all Mother Sentient Beings. Let's call all Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my Mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my Mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my Mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying nectar intensifying more and more, burning away all of the negative karma and delusions, filling us with that loving, compassionate light nectar, filling us up to the brim, and we begin to exchange light back to the Guru, back and forth, receiving and giving. And we recognize that it's through the actions of body, speech, and mind that we have caused so much pain, not just to ourselves, but to other sentient beings. And we regret those actions. And we ask the sentient beings for forgiveness and promise to do better. And by showing that remorse and recognizing that body, speech, and mind represented in Om have been the causes for us to cause such pain, we wish to transform into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om. But in order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma. And only once they're combined in Om can we transform. And from that pure state, maybe be of benefit to all other sentient beings. And as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru. And then you begin to exchange light with all other sentient beings, especially those who need more help to improve their purification. And as more and more sentient beings join, we all begin to shine brighter. We become one light, one with the Guru, one source of compassion. We recite a few manas, a few mantras out loud, and the rest on breath. And keep on visualizing how you're being purified and how you exchange light, with others. And as more and more join, we become like a bright beacon in the darkness, dispelling the darkness of negative karma and delusions. And now we are a beacon for those who are still lost in the dark. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Have acknowledged our faults of past lifetimes with the actions of body, speech, and mind. having shown remorse and asked for forgiveness from all mother sentient beings, having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many mantras, and having exchanged ourselves with all mother sentient beings to share the love and compassion that is the Guru, may we see ourselves now as purified. And to hold on to that pure state, we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us to ensure that no obstacles arise throughout this practice, not just for ourselves, but for all other sentient beings. If you visualize the Great Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green in color and light radiating from her body in all 10 directions. And again, each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, wherever they are. We ask Great Mother Tara to help us remove any obstacles and clear the path. The same way, we may prepare an operating theater or place of work. Make sure everything is just set up. We have purified ourselves. So let's make sure that the environment is conducive as well. And we recall again that Om represents body, speech, and mind, the holy aspect of Tara. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tutara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So recite the mantra a few times out loud, and then the rest of the mile on breath. Maybe do so to benefit all other sentient beings, but maybe also dedicate to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who advised the recitation of the Tara mantra under the current circumstances in particular. If you can, you have the time, it's recommended that we should do a minimum of 1,000 Tara mantras a day, so you can count this towards it. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare. Om Tare. Om Tare. Om Tare. Om Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Su. 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 Okay, let's visualize now that all obstructions have been removed and the environment is prepared. Where we now call upon the guardians to join us. And if you're listening to me for the first time, again, despite their appearance, of the guardians, often presented as wrathful or ferocious looking, sort of fright-inducing, see them as close family. Beings that are there to make sure that you're okay, to step in when the actions of your body, speech, and mind may result in you being harmed or causing harm, but also step in the way if there are circumstances from the outside that might create harm for you. And, why don't we do this just with a smiley face? Well, Mom in a good mood smiles upon you when you take your first steps. Or Mom has a completely different face when you're trying to put a fork in a socket. And then it becomes very, frightening to stop you from doing that. Instant reaction. And while it might be wrathful, wrath is not necessarily, it's without hatred. That's the thing. It comes from compassion. What we do with compassion is different. So embrace those beings, respect them for what they are, for the functions they fulfill. And, we shouldn't really take advantage of them either. Say, oh, well, they step in. It's a bit like crossing the road as a pedestrian, watching your phone and saying, oh, well, the lorry will slow down. The lorry seeing you in the road going like, oh, well, he speed up. Before you know it, bang. So, be respectful. So we're reciting Vajrayana and Black Manjushri. And for Vajrayana, we visualize a ferocious-looking dark blue Vajrapani. His feet are stretched out, and he holds a Vajra in the right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are emitted 5 Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. And again, if you listen to me for the first time, although it says interferers, ideally we do not try to destroy the being. What we're trying to change is the root. The root causes the seeds to destroy the motivation for the being to act a certain way that therefore becomes harmful to the being and other beings around it. A cat is a cat. It will catch birds. So if we can stop the cat from killing the bird, that's changing the situation for the cat. So if you look at it from that point of view. Yes, recite Vajra mantra. Visualize how you're putting on a protective suit, either a suit of armor because you're going into battle with a pandemic, or you're battling all sources of suffering, or you think about it from a surgical point of view, that you're wearing a protective gown to protect the patient from anything that you might transfer to the patient despite your best efforts of having, cleansed and sterilized yourself before you went into the theater, but also protecting the surgeon, from anything that may be coming off the patient. So it's a two-way protective layer. So when we recite, stand tall, stand proud, stand focused, and know why you're putting it on and what you're about to do with it. Om Vajaped, Om Padmaswami Ped, Nabashinaganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Vaksha So, Om Vajaped, Om Padmaswami Ped, Nabashinaganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Vaksha So, Om Vajaped, Om Padmaswami Ped, Nabashinaganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Vaksha So, Om Vajaped, Om Padmaswami Ped, Nabashinaganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Vaksha So, Om Vajaped, Om Padmaswami Ped, Nabashinaganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Vaksha So, Om Vajaped, Om Padmaswami Ped, Nabashinaganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Vaksha So, Om Vajaped, Om Padmaswami Ped, Nabashinaganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Vaksha So. So that's the Vajrayana put on. And now we call on Black Manjushri. Again, why do we need Black Manjushri? Well, why do you need a surgical team? Why don't you just have the surgeon? specialized functions, making for easier work. So even if you wear a protective suit, what if something comes through and you get contaminated? Then you have a field medic with you, or you have a first aid kit, if you think about it in that term, or surgeon, assistants, anesthetist, the medical, the nurses, the cleaners, the dirty nurses, depending what side of the equipment they handle. So again, and then the cleaners, you can have a big team. We're just trying to be sensible. So if you visualize Black Manjushri in front of us, breath through face, he has 3 eyes, and in his 2 hands he holds a scripture in the left and a sword in the right. He is adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of mass of fire. And flames are emitted from his heart. Flames of clear light are emitted from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings. And by doing so, purifying all negative karma, obstruction, sickness, spirits, as your previous comments, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and the force. I like to think as Black Manjushri, if we think about Black Manjushri more sort of in medical term, then from a rhythm point of view, just imagine how you're rubbing in healing ointments. That's how I find it easy. Again, if we associate something with what we do, it has more of a meaning. We connect better. As long as it's appropriate to associate. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningo la chu kala jakam shantam be pesu. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningo la chu kala jakam shantam be pesu. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningo la chu kala jakam shantam be pesu. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningo la chu kala jakam shantam be pesu. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningo la chu kala jakam shantam be pesu. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningo la chu kala jakam shantam be pesu. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ningo la chu kala jakam shantam be pesu. So having fully prepared ourselves, maybe now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Let's have a look how much time we've got. 20 minutes. We should be able to do 6 recitations of the prayer. Sometimes we just do 3, but again, we have that time. Why 6 tonight? Really, if you have the time, recite prayer as often as you possibly can, but with a meaningful approach. It's better to do 1, but from the bottom of your heart, than recite many and just rattle them down. If you do 3, I like to think of the 3 causes of suffering: body, speech, and mind. So 1 recitation each. We want to save all sentient beings across the 6 realms. So we can do, when we do 6, we can say, okay, 1 recitation for each realm where the suffering occurs. And if you have more time, you can do 3 recitations per realm. Doesn't really matter, but as long as you do what you do with the purest of intentions, that is really the main obstacle, not the main obstacle, the main second slip, what I was saying earlier, the benefits of suffering or something like that, I nearly said. Yeah, but really, make it count, connect and know why you're reciting rather than just reciting. Okay, so we do 6 versions. So if we do the lower realms first, so Hell Realm, Hungry Ghosts, and Animal. May all the disease that sad in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasped illness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 what spits at them suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified.